به هوا خواست، آن در طلب تو مهپر و بال بیاراست. بر راستی بال نظر کرد و چون این گفت امروز همه روی جهان زیر پر ماست. بر بال عقاب آمد آن تیر جگردوز، از زب مرو را به سوی خاک فرو کاست. چون نیک نگاه کرد و پر خویش برو دید، گفت تازه که نالیم که از ماست که بر ماست، از ماست که بر ماست، از ماست که بر ماست.
Hello. That is a song I made using AI from Nasser Khosrow's ancient poem, which is the earliest source for the Persian saying "Az most ke bar most." It is from us that is upon us. So it's the story of an eagle which is flying and looks upon the world and says, the entire world is beneath my wings. And he is hit by an arrow and starts falling, and he looks at the arrow and sees that it's fletched with a feather, his own feather. And he says, "Az ki nalim ke az mast be man mast." Who should we complain of? It is from us that is upon us. There are older sayings, actually, similar sayings. The Talmud, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was an ancient Turkish saying, but or maybe both, but I'm pretty sure it's older, is an axe starts cutting down a forest, and the trees look at the axe handle and say similar thing. Az most ke bar most. Who can we complain of? Az most ke bar most. So that's the song. Here, let's play it again.
سر سنگ عقابی به هوا خواست، آن در طلب تو مهپر و بال بیاراست. بر راستی بال نظر کرد و چون این گفت امروز همه روی جهان زیر پر ماست. بر بال عقاب آمد آن تیر جگردوز، از زب مرو را به سوی خاک فرو کاست. چون و پر خیش برودید گفت تازه که نالیم که از ماست که بر ماست از ماست که بر ماست از ماست که بر ماست.
I don't know if I should play the entire thing and comment upon it, but Jadal is my favorite regime propaganda channel that I watch to see what the hardliners, what story they're trying to what spin they're trying to give their stupidity. And this man, Ali Alizadeh, so it's funny. I considered doing a stream about our good friend Jake the Muslim Metaphysician. He's been pretty active lately, and I posted something about him. He has recently found out what it means to be Muslim, living under Muslim rule, and I dare say he doesn't like it as much as he thought he would. And Daniel Haqiqatjou, who is a true propagandist. So there's good propagandists. Well, there are competent propagandists and grifters is what I'll call them. To make good propaganda, you have to actually believe it. So the way you create good propaganda is not that you go find somebody who doesn't believe the shit they say. You go find and give them money and have them try to explain things in ways, in things that they don't actually believe in. That's a lot. We have a lot of bullshit detecting mechanisms as human beings. The way you find a good propagandist is you find somebody who actually believes the shit that they say, and you amplify their voice. That's how you find a good propagandist. That's how you create good propaganda, right? You find somebody, and let's face it, you can pretty much find somebody who will defend anything. The smarter they are, the more likely they are willing to defend whatever they believe in, right? And you anyone I disagree with is smarter than me. Funny young guy. By the way, I hope all is well. It's been a while since we've talked. So Ali Alizadeh is basically one of these Pol Pot-like idiots who's too smart for his own good. He is a Muslim Marxist. He is the Green-Red Alliance united in one person who believes he's a philosopher. And of course, he is being amplified, and he has a large stage because as a he wouldn't call himself a Marxist. Probably call himself a dirigist or a populist or an egalitarian, right? But yeah, he's a Muslim Marxist, and very much in the line of the people like who, frankly, Zohran Mamdani and their ilk, who think that Islamic society mixed with ideas of enlightenment and its highest values is it's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Here, I'll do the Jacob thing and read one of my own tweets. I just tweeted this recently. There's a vet channel from Iran that I watch. Maybe I'll you know what? Here. Let me find that. Here it is. I was gonna post it here. It's short content from a channel called Persian Dogs TV. Here's the short. So she is a veterinarian, I believe, in Khorasan. Beautiful, big Persian Mastiffs on her channel. Like really, really big dogs, which I love. And she's a veterinarian. And as you can see from her hijab, she's trying not to get into trouble, which as a veterinarian, I'm not sure is possible because dog ownership in Iran is heavily frowned upon by the Islamic regime. So she's already a transgressive person, obviously. But she has a hijab, so what are they going to say, right? Showing too much hair. She's showing too much hair. Way too much hair. And she's touching a dog. And she starts off by saying, "For a lifetime, I have been telling you not to feed bones to your dogs."
داد زدیم که به سگاتون استخون ندید. الان ولی دیگه خورشید فکر نکنه.
But now, I guess the dog's name is Khorshid, which means sunshine.
کنم استخونش هم بهتون برسه.
I don't think you will even have bones to give you.
نه که گوشتش به ما برسه استخون.
Not that we're eating the meat and you can have the bone.
خونش به شما نرسه نه. گوشتش هم به ما نمیرسه.
The meat isn't we don't have meat for ourselves.
که استخوناشو بیاریم برای شما.
That we might bring you the bones.
گوشت قرمز رو نمیگم و نه اونو خیلی
I'm not talking about beef.
وقت فراموش کردیم.
That's something we've forgotten for a long time.
کلاً مرغو دارم میگم.
I'm talking about chicken.
از این به بعد باید نون و ماست بهت.
From now on, we're going to have to give you yogurt and bread.
ماست هم گرون شده.
Yogurt is expensive.
نونم گرون شده.
Bread is expensive.
فکر نکنی نون و ماست غذای ارزونی.
Don't think that bread and yogurt is cheap food.
یا نه خیر هزینه میکنم بهت نون و ماست میدم.
It costs me to give you bread and yogurt.
اگرم ناراحتی میتونی بری تو کوچه خیابون.
And if you don't like it, you can go searching in the streets
بچرخی برای خودت یه غذای دیگه پیدا کن.
to find other food for yourself.
والا ما دیگه گوشت رو کلا باید فراموش کنیم.
Now we have to completely forget meat.
اینا هم دیگه آخرش
This is the last of it.
لذت ببر.
Enjoy. I don't know when she posted this. It's hard to get the information from description. There we go. Yeah, January 28th, 2026. So it was already a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. That's what's going on in Iran. And what I posted on my whatchamacallit. There's a vet channel from Iran that I watch. I saw a post today where she said that while she has long been telling people to stop giving bones to dogs, now she has to forget giving any sort of meat or chicken to her dog. She can barely find bread and yogurt at any cost. Since dog ownership is officially against the policy of the Islamic Republic, I don't believe there are any dog food factories. Apparently there are some, and apparently Iran does import dog food from Turkey. But I mean, I think the majority of dogs are fed various types of human food or homemade food, and people supplement with dog food. I don't know. I'm guessing the dogs of the poor are being put down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. The current status in Iran is difficult for even humans, much less dogs. But considering the little attention Iran is getting, maybe the internet will start pitying the dogs of Iran. Nobody seems to care about the people of Iran or the dogs of war. Yeah. So, hey, Ethan, long time no see. How have you been? So back to this idiot. And the funny thing is he makes fun of other people for being low IQ. He's very well read. He's very well read. He believes himself to be incredibly cultured. Incredibly cultured. Why is hate watching so much fun? I don't know if should I play the entire thing? It's 2 hours. End of it. He starts he starts talking about how the Mossad is causing Iranians to be vulgar. It's actually kind of hilarious. Where's that part? Because the vulgarness of the chants obviously is the work of the Mossad. Who else other than Mossad would get people to yell vulgar things? That couldn't possibly happen. Towards the end. Here, let's listen to a little bit of the beginning of his stupidity. I don't know. Does this interest you guys at all? Yeah.
فردا چهارشنبه 22 بهمن
So this was yesterday, and he's talking. He's saying tomorrow, which is today, is the 22nd of the Persian month of Bahman, which is the 47th, 49th, no 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. I don't know. I kind of had a hope that I would wake up and Trump would have decided to get rid of Ahmadinejad and everybody else who was involved in the embassy crisis of the 1980s on the 22nd of Bahman. I don't know if the State Department and has the literacy to do that, but that would have been killing Ahmadinejad on the 22nd of Bahman. I would have approved of that. Obviously, I'm a religious man. I would prefer Ahmadinejad become a repentant, go and join some monastery somewhere and never be heard of or seen again. But I'll take his death as a close second. CRC, definitely CRC. Okay, so let's see.
47مین سالگرد انقلاب.
Yeah, it's the 47th anniversary of the revolution. He spends his time talking about how he's a real revolutionary and he loves Ayatollah Khomeini, the first Ayatollah, but the second Ayatollah has lost the revolutionary fervor to the point where people are talking about replacing him with Rouhani. So within the Islamic Revolution, Islamic regime, there's two factions. There's the hardline faction, and there are the people who actually believe in God. The hardliners are a bunch of corrupt people who, despite not actually believing in Shiite Islam really at all, I mean, this is part of the problem. It's the people who are claiming to be hardliners, who wear the mask of religiosity in Iran, are obvious hypocrites. They're the obvious hypocrites, right? Everybody knows who the hypocrites are and who the Muslims are. And Ayatollah Khomeini, sorry. I can't believe I'm the one who's mixing them up now. Is not one of the actually, the regime has become so obviously corrupt. So obviously corrupt. Did I show you guys the wedding of that general in Iran? I'm pretty sure I did. Here, let's go find the wedding video. What was his name? This is from Israel News.
AI companion puppy is quickly becoming the most popular Christmas gift of 2025.
Well, Sharia law for thee, but not for me. Thee is
Let's actually go to the video. I forget his name. This is his daughter's wedding. This is his daughter's wedding. This is his daughter at her wedding dress. That's her wedding dress. He's walking her down. This guy is like, I forget what his name is. What was his name? Ali Shamkhani. That's it. That's his name. Ali Shamkhani. That's his wife's. That's him walking his daughter down the aisle. There's no Muslim tradition of walking your daughter down the aisle. In that wedding dress, and there are pictures of his wife as well. Where's his wife? There's his wife. She's wearing a backless dress. His wife is wearing a backless dress, right? And his daughter is wearing that, right? And this is in Iran, and yeah. These people, yeah. No one really believes their own religion. If they did, the whole world would be different. That's not absolute. That's actually very much not true. Hey, Jason, how you doing? How are things? How was your visit with your father-in-law? I am looking forward to videos. Oi. Let's. Huh? Yay! Glad you're doing well. Yeah, and God, there are definitely people who believe in their religion. If there weren't people who believed in their religion, life would be so much worse than you understand. Anyway.
ایران در سال 57 اما احتمالاً عجیب‌ترین سالگرد همه این سالها.
This is the strangest anniversary of all the anniversaries.
کمتر از یعنی بیشتر حدوداً یک ماه و یک هفته پیش در ایران
In 1 month and 1 week ago in Iran,
اتفاقی غیر قابل فراموشی افتاده. در کمتر
something that cannot be forgotten happened. Hello, Mr. PBK.
I'm going to save the stream because I don't want you to stop with your Iran updates. Even if you feel like nobody cares. I'm up to 9/11 in my reading, but I continue to be fascinated by this, what I think is the big, the big story beneath almost everything right now, which is, of course, religion and modernity. And so I'm up to Qahtani and his CNN interview in '98, and then they're getting ready to take him down. But I still have 25 more years of history to do. What year did you leave?
1984.
You've been out a long time. So, it's clear that even within Islamic elements, you have groups that want things from the West, like freedom of expression. Did you see Bill Maher and that woman from the Young Turks when Bill Maher challenged her? What country in the Middle East can you wear that dress in?
Okay, Paul. So, okay, I was wondering what books you're reading. And the books you're reading I
Read
am
one book.
okay.
Making my way through it.
That's even worse.
You got to start somewhere, Jacob.
Yes,
You can't live on
I
YouTube
understand,
alone.
but you. So let me put it this way: the person you are reading is 100% a cultural Christian who is very obviously, in my opinion, imagining that there's a natural desire for liberty.
Right. I agree. That's his filter. I get it. But I need basic facts. What?
And he's absolutely wrong.
Well, I can understand that too. So, but I got to know the facts. I got to know who the K's are. I got to understand Rafsanjani. I've got to understand,
has he mentioned Rafsanjani was have you gotten to the part where Rafsanjani tries to run for office and he's disqualified?
The last time he ran, so he was president for 2 terms, and they have term limits. So then, he's trying to stay in politics right now. That's where I'm at right now. And 9/11 happened, so I'm at 9/11 in the timeline.
So Rafsanjani, by all rights, should have been the second Ayatollah.
Right.
By all rights. Should have been the second Ayatollah. And he certainly wasn't made the Ayatollah because Rafsanjani was a true believer. He was an actual Ayatollah.
Okay.
Right? Andrew, you're not eating. I don't know if I should let you on.
Don't worry.
And they did the hardliners,
Right.
the military, right? It's Sepa Pastoran. It's the IRGC, not the military. The IRGC.
Right. You've got Sepa and you've got the regular military, right?
Yeah.
And so we call them the irreverent. They're different names. I got to figure all this out too. There's a lot to learn. Try to understand the story, Jacob. So be patient with me. There's a lot of ground to cover.
So let me explain history that I'm sure this guy did not mention to you. Khomeini, his teacher was he of course went and studied in Najaf, which is in Iraq, which is where the actual the Pope of Shia Islam is Ali Sistani, who's in Iraq. Right? He is the actual leader of Shia Islam. Okay. Yeah. Khomeini was a leading figure. Right? But he was a dissident figure.
Right.
He had this concept of velayat faqih, right? The theocracy, right? Which was his teachers told him he's not allowed to teach.
Right.
And it was only when his teachers died that he was now free to teach this idea, which the other members of the ulama don't agree with.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Yep. So the problem that the Islamic Revolution has is that Velayat Faqih is a Western Christian idea.
Yes.
It's not a Muslim idea.
Yes. Yeah, I get that. That's what's so fascinating about this story. It's that the fundamentalists aren't really fundamentalists.
No, they are Christians. This is
as a Christian, I wouldn't own them, thank you. But they've got a ton of Western ideas. All right.
These are ideas that come straight out of Catholic sacralism.
Well, let's pull back from incriminating various Christian groups. But what's clear is they got these ideas out there in the cultural marketplace and sort of, I've almost used the Christian term, and sort of painted them up with Islamic paint
Yeah.
and smuggled them in and had an insanely successful run at a revolution where they took over a country and have continued to hold it for the last 50 years.
See, okay, this is so the one scholar who I respect, who has been saying things which I simply can't give water to, is Sir Neil Ferguson. I respect his analysis generally, and what he's been saying recently has been things I simply don't. I don't think they're applicable. And the idea that he's been pushing is there's in political science this idea of revolution versus counter-revolution, right? A revolution is something that brings about a new idea, whereas a counter-revolution is an attempt to return to something that was before. Basically, he says that counter-revolutions don't work. The problem with that framing is, what's a revolution and what's a counter-revolution? Well,
Exactly. Yeah.
I think I personally would argue that Khomeini was a counter-revolution, not a revolution.
Well, and all that whole analysis sort of imagines that you can go back. And what's clear is that Khomeini, took some ideas that are just around, came in through colonization, borrowed some language from the Marxists, took all of this stuff, painted it with Islamic paint, brought it into the country, just as you've got a Shah who's dying and weak anyway.
And painted it as a counter-revolution.
Yes, yeah.
So because the white revolution, right, was, I believe, an actual revolution.
The white revolution was just another attempt at, can we adapt modernity to fit this ancient culture? But the Shah was the Shah.
But he dressed himself up in Zoroastrianism.
Right. And crowned himself like Napoleon. So basically, I agree with you that Khomeini sort of, to whatever degree he wittingly or unwittingly, his version of Islam basically forked Shia into this new path, and they've been in charge of this country, and it's not working so good.
There's no depth there, right? When there are protests, which cities have the most protests? It's Mashhad and Qom, the holy cities with the seminaries, because the actual seminarians are like, this isn't Islamic.
Oh, interesting. So in other words, you've got another layer of, let's say attempted Islamic reconstruction that is kicking against this thing that Khomeini succeeded in building. Now, I've got some factual questions here. Now,
hold on, before that, I have a book recommendation for you.
Okay.
My dear Uncle Napoleon is a satire fiction that was that it's been translated to English. It was written, I believe, in the 40s. I forget when it was written, but it was also made into a series of television shows. and it is.
I
it
heard
is-
about that.
What?
I heard about that.
Yeah, if you want to understand Iran, I would read that book, because that's the narrative. It will help understand how Iranians view themselves and their own follies and their own craziness. You reminded me when you mentioned Napoleon, right? Dear Uncle Napoleon is like, when people ask me what should I read to understand Iran, I tell them to read that. It's a work of political satire, and it took the country by storm.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah,
I mean, I read about that. I didn't read that.
Read the book. I watched the series as a kid, and I've rewatched it a couple of times. But I actually started reading the English version. I can't read Farsi very well. But yeah, go ahead and ask your questions. But that's my recommendation more than any other book.
So you've got this. So this country, I mean, what's so funny to me is that when I listen to the imagined Christian nationalists who, just, it's sort of like Khomeini in that, Axworthy's book is clear that Khomeini comes in, he doesn't have a plan, he doesn't have a program, they're making shit up. And another thing that's difficult for Americans to comprehend is that, I mean, if our experience of a country is the size of the United States, that's a different thing. Iran is a pretty good sized nation state, but still compared to the United States, California.
Yeah, probably.
So, and it's grown quickly. I mean, population has grown quickly, which adds its other things. So, it's easy to see why they're
compared to Saudi Arabia, which has no population,
right,
and dominates the region.
Yes. Which is again mind blowing, and of course has everything to do with wealth and oil and the holy sites that they sit on and the narratives they control.
Yeah.
So but the size thing is important because we have all this dust up in Minneapolis, and America just has a tizzy when
2 people died the same week. The official numbers are over 3,000 protesters died, and Reza Pahlavi is saying the number's closer to 35,000.
Yeah. So it's, but then to just get so you have this attempt over the last 50 years in Iran to take let's just call it a religious worldview and try to control a nation through it. And to me, my interest in this is, obviously there's certain groups, Reformed groups, even Reformed Christian groups, who have similar aspirations which look ridiculous. But to me, the whole question of Zionism, which we already know where you stand with that,
and there's a reason for that. There is a serious reaction. Part of it is my reaction to the Islamic Revolution, and
which I understand now better. I understand you better because of this.
There is a slogan in Israel from the left: Israel will not be Iran. Right? And that's why they don't. The people on the left who don't want Israel to be a Jewish nation say that's their slogan: Israel should not be Iran.
Yeah. But the difficulty
I have to say, I don't think Velayat Faqih is a religious movement. It's that's why I distinguish between Islam and Islamism. Islamism is a political ideology dressed up as Islam, and it's a scourge in the Middle East, and people know that, and it's being beaten back seriously by many cultures within Islam, right? But Islamism and Islam are very different things. And Islamists, it's funny, I was talking to somebody else, and I was like, they're sola scriptura. Islamists are sola scriptura Muslims. And guess what? Islam has never been sola scriptura. Nobody, you cannot even possibly look at the Quran, which is a very, very short text, and say sola scriptura.
Right. Well, but even the fact that you are borrowing this Reformation, this German Reformation slogan, and applying it to this demonstrates basically what the world has been doing, which is, okay, well, we want to, and it's all over the place. We want to capture the true religion of, we'll just use Moses, the true religion of Moses, or the true religion of Jesus, or the true religion of Muhammad. And I mean, this is the heart of every Reconstructionist movement, but it's all, you just always have to deal with the fact that we're not living in the 13th century BC. We're not living in the 1st century AD. We're not even living in the 16th century.
Yeah, we're not even living in the 1950s.
I know. And so, it's just, but at the same time, you have this sincere desire for order and stability and authority. And that is part of what's driving these. Now, we use this word fundamentalist, which I don't think is a great word, because again, another borrowing from American Christianity trying to work out its stuff.
Right.
And what was so amazing, and I want to read further about Khomeini, because even through Axworthy, you can tell that there's no religious clean room here. He's living in Iran, smuggling cassette tapes. His ideas, I can very much understand why other Shia.
He's living in France. He's living in France.
Well, first in Iraq and then in France.
Yeah.
And
I want to answer this question, but I also want to ask you how much you know about Muslim quietism. So there's Christian nationalism, Jewish nationalism, Zionism, and Islamic nationalism, Islamism. How much of this is an attempt to ground authority in something higher? 100%.
Yes.
What do you know about Muslim quietism?
Well, again, here, even using that word is another Christian loan word.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't know about Christian quietism.
Exactly, because this is what secularity does. It strips these terms from their original location, just like fundamentalism, quietism. These are all things out of basically the Protestant Reformation and then the American modernist fundamentalist fight. These are all concepts out of that, which we have no other way to not use because this is the language we have.
Is quietism like from the Amish?
It is. It comes downstream from pietism.
Okay.
Which is similar to quietism. Quietism is basically, this is all from the Anabaptists.
That's what I was, okay. I was not aware of this. I know of Muslim quietism because I think it is intrinsic to it is the thing that explains what we refer to as Muslim quietism, I believe is actually a deeply ingrained part of Islam that comes from its origins in Nestorian Christianity.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Could very well be. but again, but part of the difficulty is that you have perennial reactions to things. So if your prophet is going around with an army killing people, there's going to be a reaction group that says, how about we not? How about we pray? How about we build monasteries? How about we sit in our own little group and devote ourselves to God and not dirty ourselves with what's going around the world? You're going to have that by virtue of reactions to, oh, how about we enforce our ideas on our neighbors by threats, intimidation, and violence? So you're exactly right. So quietisms, now this is the word we get from, why would the Anabaptists really embrace quietism? Well, it's because they've got the Catholics, the Lutherans, and the Reformed, persecuting them in Germany, and so they flee to the Netherlands. So, but that's, of course, where the language comes from. And this is sort of the process of secularization that sort of throws things into a religious marketplace, and then people just basically absorb them, reappropriate them within their own framework as they imagine it, and then become zealots like Khomeini. And in his case, he wins, which is just crazy, but there it is.
I think Islamic quietism really does have its roots from the Christian origins of Islam at the very beginning, where you had the Nestorians who were being persecuted by the state church, right? And I think that's where Islam came from, with this idea. Yes, we're going to have Muhammad, we're going to have this conquering Jesus come and destroy, and we are going to be pure people if we subject ourselves, if we are good Muslims, right? Then Muhammad / Jesus is going to come and kill all our enemies, right?
Why not immanentize the eschaton and bring the book of Revelation right now? which is kind of what happens.
Islam is an apocalyptic faith, very much so, right? And what they had to deal with is, here we are 1,000 years after Muhammad, who is the seal of the prophets. And this gets into why Iran is the birthplace of Baha'i religion.
Yes.
How much do you know about the Baha'i?
Yeah, not enough, but a little. But it stands to reason why it's the birthplace of them. Just like in some ways, so I have a friend in Sacramento who's Sikh, Raj, he's been around. You look at the Punjab and the Sikh in Punjab, who, you've got the Muslims and you've got the Hindus, and it's just a mess. And so you get the Sikh. But yeah, it makes perfect sense why the Baha'i come out of there. But also another thread is, this really interesting portion in Axworthy's book, where part of this is, let's say, for lack of a better word, again, so we have only the tools of the colonists or the imperialists to use, which is Iranian nationalism, where part of it is just the plight of so many of these nations down there that they're just basically at the behest of far greater powers than themselves, which is, of course, another very old story, which you can read in the Bible, where little Israel is always at the behest of Egypt and Mesopotamia. And so part of it is this idea of, we Iranians would like a little degree of, let's borrow from President Wilson, autonomy. We'd like to develop our own country. We'd like to do our own thing.
That's what this guy's entire argument is. His entire argument is, I am a revolutionary. I want an independent Iran. And in order to have an independent Iran, I am going to take this inherently completely Western idea of Islamic Marxism, which is like completely 1800s on Europe, right? And that's what I'm going to like. That's Iranian independence. It's
Yeah.
just bewildering in its stupidity.
Well, that's one view of Iranian independence. I mean, there's many competing people who want to compete for it, but that's an
And he's
element of this.
anti-colonialist. He's
Well, I know.
decolonizing, right? He's decolonizing by taking all of these Western ideas and imposing them on a nation that is thousands of years old.
Right. But Khomeini did it successfully, and one of the groups that.
So if we watch the rest of his entire thing was, I am the true inheritor of Khomeini. I am the one who is defending the revolution, and because today is the 47th anniversary of the revolution, and he's like, I am the real revolutionary. I am a Muslim Marxist. Right.
I mean, but again, as I'm reading through that, those factions were all there. But that's part of that thing is the language, of course, because once you use that word, revolutionary blank, in a globalized context, the Marxism just writes itself. but you're exactly right. It's completely incoherent.
By the way, they hate being called Marxists.
Sure they do.
They won't call themselves as Marxists.
Well, and I'm sure Khomeini wouldn't love it if you called him a Christian or a Protestant.
Well, I mean, this is part of the thing. In when you live in a Muslim country, right? You might find that the discussion between Jake Brancatella and Daniel Haggatju that I posted about recently kind of interesting. So they're both Sunni Muslims. They're very, very involved in this idea of internet. You would call it prophilicity, right? They're both Muslim apologists, right? And they're going at each other. But what happened is Jake Brancatella, who actually was friends with Sam for a long time, was he's like this very, very American Philadelphia working class guy, right? And he's very, very smart, way above the educational possibilities that he has. And he converted to Islam. And he is incredibly faithful, which is why he's like the interesting guy to me. And one of the I poke him with this one, Jake the Saudi, physician. But like, he's so interesting to me. Okay.
What's his YouTube channel called?
Jake Brancatella 2.0. He's the Muslim metaphysician. If you're going to watch anything, I would say, because I think you would understand it. So I recently posted about a discussion that he had with Daniel Haggatju, who's a Persian actually, and he started off Shia. He's an actual grifter. He's a total grifter. Daniel, people call him Daniel Pikachu, but so Haggatju in Farsi means someone who seeks for reality and truth, right? And so he has a that's what haqiqat means. Hag actually is related to the Hebrew word chok, which means law or statute, right? And so he calls his channel the Haqiqat Show, right? A little thing of his name. Hello, Yoav. Your mic is on. Goodbye, Yoav. I don't know what happened. So Daniel understands Islam and Muslim society very well because he comes from that background. Jake is a very faithful, not so young man anymore. Hello, Yoav. There you are. And oh, you want to hear about Fawad? Now that's another thing. And so Jake is very anti-hypocrisy, right? And people kept on going, well, if you like Islam so much, why are you living in the United States? If you like Islam so much, why are you living in the United States? He marries a girl from Morocco, and he actually moved there. Yes. Yes. And I did a video, and he was here while I did that video. And he was very dismissive of me. I was like, he is going to learn what it means to actually live in a Muslim country, right? And for a good, I mean, it's been at least a year, I think, since this happened. I kept on saying to him, he kept on saying, see, you're wrong. And I'm like, Jake, if 5 years after you moved there, you're still doing what you're doing, you let me know and I will apologize. And this discussion between Daniel and Jake is Daniel calling him out on all of the things that Daniel understands what it means to live in a Muslim country, and now Jake, and there are these awkward silences these answering questions with questions where I'm like, okay, Jake, either you're moving back to the United States and he might be, and I feel sorry for him because he has multiple sclerosis and, you know, he has a wife. I don't know if he has kids yet, and he's in a very, I honestly, because he's such a faithful person, I truly, my heart goes out to him. Right. And, you know, I don't know if you knew, my grandfather had multiple sclerosis and it runs in my family. So like he, you know, I'm looking at this guy who's kind of the opposite of me. You know, he grows up in the United States. He takes Christianity and I, in a very real sense, I think I'm the most Protestant of the Jews. I really do. but like it's just such an interesting thing. Anyway, the thing is, when you live in a Muslim country, if you start asking people about their religious beliefs, people will write you off immediately as insane and crazy. The only people who talk about religion, you can believe whatever you want, just don't talk about it. Right? And it's just and so when in the United States we look at Muslim YouTube, right? We're looking at all the people who are talking about it and we're like, oh, these are the people who represent Islam. And the people who represent Islam are the people who are sitting around not saying anything. And that's what so many people misunderstand about the Muslim world. The Muslims are the quiet ones. Hello, Yoav. You wanted to say something? You had something to say?
Yeah, of course, to defend Zionism. What else? There will never be an Iran in Israel because Judaism and Marxism, they don't stick together in the contents of a state. We had advanced Marxism at the early, and the kibbutzim, and and the trade unions, and the long rule of the Labor Party. Zionism, the source of authority for Zionism is man and not God. It is the people. Zionism is a solution by the people to the practical problems of the people. Now, there was a coalition with Poel Mizrahi, the Eastern workmen. And that is, that is leftish Judaism. And in the early days of the state, the coalition government was the leftish Judaism and with the left. And the leftist Judaism disappeared, just died out. Now you have people like Chezi who are nationalistic and Jewish, but by no way Marxist. So the struggle is between the left and the Left Always Project, who is the real danger of dictatorship in Israel, and sort of right encompassing whatever. There was also middle of the road liberalism, like they were called the general Zionists. Mere Zionism. They also they died out. They sort of joined the right because they sort of fit more to the right than the left. But Israel is Israel. Israel will never be Iran because Judaism is different. Always has been different than anything else.
That's fascinating. It's so interesting to. So, I was making my way through Ross Bird and Jordan Hall, talk about the church, Christianity. And of course, Jordan is, with his meta crisis, he's very critical of modernity and liberalism, which I understand. That's sort of this wave going through now with orthodoxy and post-liberalism and all of that. But, what's interesting is watching these waves go through cultures that just don't have the experience of liberalism. Now, of course, the nation state of Israel is just another, it's just this, you just couldn't make up the story of the world in the 20th century. It's just insane that, because first at the beginning of the 20th century in Poland, they're actually talking about maybe shipping all the Jews to Madagascar, which would also be equally insane. And the poor people who live on Madagascar, what would they'd be blessed by it. They who knows what would have happened to Madagascar. But
there was also the Ethiopian project and the Argentinian project and the project in Russia, the sort of Far East in Russia project. Lots of ideas. One prevailed.
Yeah, one prevailed.
The one that God wanted to prevail.
Oh, what, Jacob? What do you say? You're a big providentialist. Did God want Israel to prevail?
So there's a saying in Yiddish: "Man tracht und Gott lacht," which I think of every time our dear friend Matthew Pajot starts on his thing of there's a reason why Jesus never laughs, which the saying it's completely in German. Man meaning man, lacht,
right.
Tracht thought, thinks. Right?
And God laughs.
God laughs, right?
Yeah,
God laughs.
Yeah.
So I believe, as I have always believed, that what you thought for evil, God has accounted for good, and that regardless of our stupidities, right? I almost made a video about this recently as well. Man does not. I mean, don't get too excited with your Calvinism. Man doesn't control the world. God controls the world, right? The sovereign God controls the world, obviously. But God's control of the world is, and this is why I keep on telling people to listen to Christine Hayes's series on the Old Testament, right? It's like, well, God created man, and man is this weird thing which God created in a way that he can defy God, and we do. And God is like reasoning with us and begging us and imploring us and teaching us, right? And that's why, I mean, like, anytime I didn't get into like, James White doesn't actually reply to me on Twitter, but I reply to him, right? Like, he said this very funny thing. He's like, if you read the Bible, you know that there's no free will in it whatsoever. Like, show me where free will is in the Bible. And my response was, if you stop looking at individual verses and you looked at whole chapters, you would understand that the entire story of the Bible is the story of free will, right?
All right. I don't want to turn this into a Calvinist conversation.
Yeah.
Yoav, so you and I haven't really talked much. So where are you at? Are you a secularist? Are you observant in any way?
Okay.
What's your story?
Oh, Yoav.
Thanks for the question, because I wanted to correct myself. I was talking about the Ethiopians' suggestion. I wanted to say Uganda. So for a completely secular point of view, the question of Uganda was put forth, and the secular Zionists thought that from a practical point of view, we better have God on our side, because people settling in Israel and believing there is a God keeping them have more of a chance of succeeding than the same people trying to settle in Uganda when God is not involved. So even the most secular Jews will have respect to God as a coalition partner.
They will? Dan Shiftan does nothing but call the Haredim parazitim in English.
Well, they used to. On the other hand,
can you imagine what the word parazit means?
Yes.
Even I can understand.
On the other hand, the movement from Europe to Israel, and this is a sharp contrast from the movement of the people from the east to Israel. But those who moved from the west to Israel is more of a hippie rebellion, Marxist. It's a rebellion against the generation of the fathers. So they wanted to erase any aspect of Judaism from their life. They wanted to build a completely pure new Marxist world.
Paul, have you heard Yoav's story about saying Kaddish and his mother hearing the shofar? Oh, this is a classic on this channel. Yoav, you have to tell the story for Paul.
Well, if you insist, I will have to. We live in sort of a community that has some kind of an autonomy within the neighborhood. The neighborhood is organized sort of like a gated community, just without the gate.
North Tel Aviv is the Beverly Hills of Israel. And yes. Yoav is the chief rabbi of North Tel Aviv, according to me.
Yeah, we are an island within North Tel Aviv in terms that we're not poor. What we don't like to show off any wealth. We respect a plain presentation.
I can see that from your decor.
Yes.
He's a color engineer, and there's no color behind it.
This is still remnants of the socialist past. So we have a committee who manages internal affair in the neighborhood, and as is very common in North Tel Aviv, they decided that religion has no place in our neighborhood. You are not allowed to practice any religion in public in our neighborhood. That, of course, is turned out only against Judaism, because if let's say if we have an Arab come here for some business, and it's the middle of the day and he will do his prayer, nobody will in liberal North Tel Aviv will ever imagine disturbing him. But if a Jew is trying to pray in public, then it is outlawed.
It went all the way to the Supreme Court. I'm not joking.
I have something to say about the Supreme Court. This is, but
I've heard it on the Supreme Court before.
Yeah, I have something to say about it. Okay, so came Rosh Hashanah, the celebration of the beginning of the year, and in that holiday we are told that we must listen to the voice of the shofar. So the rabbi will, in synagogue, will blow the shofar, and people ought to come and listen to it. But there is a movement Jacob was very much affiliated with, called Chabad, who is more of pushy kind of Judaism. And they would say, what?
Pushy?
And they would say, of course, we don't want to convert anybody, but within the border of Israel, or even North Tel Aviv, what happens if a Jew cannot for any reason come to the synagogue and listen to shofar? And we must assist him to fulfill this commandment. And it happens that we have old people living in the neighborhood who just don't go to synagogue, but still have some warm corner in their hearts for the old religion. And just some of them cannot physically come, and they're disabled and in wheelchairs. So they gather a group of 5 elderly women, because very old people tend to be women, accompanied by the assistants, but because most of them could not move by their own. And the rabbi came with the shofar to blow the shofar for them in the middle of the neighborhood. And that was met with very strong resistance, because you are disobeying the rules of the secular community and disturbing the public peace. Now it happened that one of the elderly women, luckily not in a wheelchair, was my mother. And of course I was with her. We live in the same neighborhood. And she, secular as she was, she never visits her. Maybe so every odd year in Yom Kippur, but she never visited the synagogue. She wanted to hear the shofar. She was just outside her house. Now, if my mother wants to hear the shofar, never mind I'm a liberal. If a person wants to hear the shofar, it is my duty to enable him to hear the shofar, especially if it is my mother. So people came to almost to blows, people trying to prevent the shameful event by force. And me being the only man, I mean, I'm not very much of a man, but I was the only one. It was not an old lady. I stood between the shofar blowing man and the crowd and to enable him to perform his job. And he appreciates it greatly. So that was peak anti-Judaism in my neighborhood. Because afterwards they came to some settlement. There was some territory within the community that actually legally belongs to the municipality. And you could settle there and blow your shofar from that corner. But I'm not going to turn it into a rando. I have expressed my what can be
That's a bad story told me a lot.
fundamentally religious belief in much as you can even call them that. What I wanted to say is about the Supreme Court and the chances of dictatorship rising in Israel. There is a certain Aaron Barak.
Melech Israel. He is the king of Israel. That's what I call it. Aaron Barak, Melech Israel. Yeah.
Luckily, is approaching 90, and his hair, although in office and wearing the crown, is not as talented as he was. But he is quoted to have said that those Jews coming from the East are not as versed as in democracy. They don't get the concept of democracy as well as those Jews coming from the West. The very democratic places, the mother of all democracies, Britain and such, or countries famous in democracies like Germany or Poland. So the people from the Jews from the East do not get that the actual purpose of democracy is not to protect the majority, but to protect the minority. And it is the duty of the Supreme Court to make sure that no chance majority in the parliament will ever endanger the sacred minority. And I call it blasphemy, because for me, the democratic tradition is Jewish. You don't get just the Talmud. You have your argument and the majority wins, but the majority doesn't kill the minority.
So to explain who Aaron Barak is, he was the Chief Justice of the Israeli Supreme Court until he was forced to retire by age limits. And the way the Israeli Supreme Court works is it is completely professional and independent, meaning that the Supreme Court members choose Supreme Court members and have forever.
Wow.
Exactly. It's the Israeli Politburo. That's what it is. And that's what it's always been since the very beginning.
And it has to be to protect the country against the majority.
And Aaron Barak had the brilliant idea that since Israel doesn't have a actual constitution, Israel doesn't have a constitution. It only has the basic laws passed by the Knesset, and those can be changed, right? So Aaron Barak had a very, very reasonable idea that the Supreme Court must overturn anything that the Knesset does which is not reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is why I call this man the king of Israel.
Yeah. Now, Israel has been hit by lightning twice, which means that it's an act of God. We first get Aaron Barak, and then we get Ehud Barak.
Who are not related, actually.
Yeah,
But,
and
yeah.
Ehud Barak is in
By the way,
Epstein-
Barak means lightning. That's what he means. Israel was hit by lightning twice. Yes.
Wow.
And the other lightning is of the Epstein crowd.
Yeah, Ehud Barak was a good friend of Jeffrey Epstein.
I read that. Yeah.
Did you read about the email where Ehud Barak wanted hundreds of thousands of Russians coming to Israel to stop the Judification of Israel?
No.
No, it wasn't the Epstein.
The Easternization of Israel.
Yeah. Yes. Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel, have an email exchange where they're talking about how good it will be when all these Russians, secular Russians who are barely Jewish from the former Soviet Union, come to Israel and change the politics to stop it becoming so Jewish. He didn't say to stop it, but basically, yes.
Don't stop being Eastern.
Well, it's so interesting because the question, I mean, you have the question, what is Jewish? Because
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Everybody seems to hate him, but I don't know what they're hating. What is it?
And I'm guessing you haven't heard the latest from from Trump's Religious Liberty Commission, which was all over Twitter yesterday. So he has a Religious Liberty Commission. He started one, Trump, right? And
Because he's so religious.
Yeah. And members of it include Rabbi Meir Soloveichik, who's probably one of the great leaders of modern Orthodoxy in the United States, which is having an identity crisis. That's a whole separate thing we can talk about. But includes Bishop Barron, Cardinal Dolan, priests, very, very large people. And yesterday, someone I had not heard of, whose name I can't even remember, right? Who was a California beauty pageant. She was Miss California, but she had very non-California ideas, so her title was stripped from her. And she made her name, and she married a football star, and she made her name as this conservative firebrand kind of person. And last April, she converted to Catholicism. Okay?
So now she gets to speak for the Catholics.
And you have to watch this video. She decides to hijack one of these commission meetings by explaining how her Catholic faith, there was a priest there and another layman who were the ones who were answering her, explaining how her Catholic faith prevents her from any support of Zionists. She was wearing a Palestinian flag on her lapel. And she's been spending the last 24 hours on Twitter talking about how she's being persecuted for her Catholic faith. She converted in April. In April. It hasn't even been a year. And Bishop Barron and Cardinal Dolan haven't said anything yet.
Welcome to America. Land of the new. Are you Muslim? Tell us what Muslims believe. Are you Catholic this month? Be the authority. You can see why everybody wants an authority. Oh. Well, gentlemen, I wanted to stop in and I wanted to pick Jacob's brain because I've been reading this book and having thoughts, and I wanted to check them with Jacob. I want a good book on Israel, the modern nation state of Israel.
Abba Ibn would probably, I would say, that is the book you're looking for, because he was he was a statesman, and he wrote what a lot of Israelis imagine is the definitive understanding of I think the book you're looking for is Abba Ibn. Yoav, you agree or no?
I recommend the man. That would be ancient by now. It will not include any of the. Not include any of the more modern turns and twists.
The thing is, Israel. I don't recognize Israel from 20 years ago. And so Chezi is correct. Benny Morris is probably the most respected current historian by pretty much all sides. The people who are more nationalist than Chezi, which I realize is a weird thing to say, probably don't like how fair Benny Morris is to everybody else. But he is actually very fair. Right. I don't know Daniel Gordis.
No, that looks good, because you got to have a little patience for us Americans here. There's a lot of history, and it's really complicated. And, but in some ways, to me, the history of Iran, Zionism, the modern state of Israel, this is deeply connected with the conversations going through Christianity in America with respect to what's the relationship. Because, it was easy for America when everyone was a Protestant, and we could hate, those who weren't, and at least keep them down and be nice to them, pat them on the head a little bit. But that day is done. And so now all these dust-ups about Christian nationalism and the questions about liberalism and modernity, it's the whole world is dealing with this, but everybody has to deal with it with the particular instantiation. And Yoav, your story was perfect, because in many places in America, it's anything but Christian, and to have your Tel Aviv community anything but Jewish, you can blow revelry if you like, but not the shofar. But that's just the reality of these reactions. And of course, you're going to have tons of that in Iran after what they've been through for the last 50 years. But you had, you had that, with the fall of the Ottoman Empire, you have, Ataturk, you have what happened in Egypt, and in many ways, so, Israel sort of fits in with that. It's just this back and forth between, what we call the religious and the secular, but it's everybody, it's opponent processing in some ways. So, yeah. That's why you guys are an incredible resource, because, Jacob, look at what you've lived, and you're interested, and so you're still paying attention, and through you, I get interesting relationships with all kinds of other people. So that's, to me, what the corner is about.
So let me actually show you this. So this is towards the end of his thing.
The reason your nose is always blocked, it's not what you think. You're not sick, but you always feel like you are.
thing because he's showing what people are saying.
این حرف
He's showing what people are chanting at different places,
به ترامپ دراز
right?
میگم ما
He's going through what's going, like he's kind of doing a whatchamacallit, and what's on social media type thing of Iranians, right? And one of the things that's happening is that people are doing these really vulgar chants, like incredibly vulgar chants. Like he was showing a group of men and women, right, saying Khamenei, your mother's whatever. Yeah, and
they're saying that in Iran?
No. Oh no, that would be that.
That would be suicide.
Yeah, you would be put to death.
Yeah,
that would be a capital crime.
Where are they saying it?
The biggest place where there's protests is, funny enough, in Toronto and in Germany, because that's where the most recent immigrants have been going to Canada and Germany.
Why aren't you taking to the street, Jacob? Come on!
I tried. Nobody in Los Angeles cares. Our community is too old. Honestly, like when I was a kid, going to the it wasn't weekly, but going to the protests at the Federal Building here was it was a social event, and then they some agents of the Islamic Republic almost killed a comedian here. Yeah, he lost an eye. Yeah, this was in the 90s, maybe even 80s. But when Rafi Khachaturian, he was actually Armenian. He was actually a Christian. But yeah, and Patrick Bet David is a Christian Iranian. You know that, right?
I didn't know his background. Well, that explains some things.
Yeah, he's from the Assyrian community. He's not Armenian. He's Assyrian. Yeah. And so what was I saying about it was a big thing, and I assumed that there would be constantly people here in Los Angeles, but our community is just too old. It was so funny. The Friday night after the slaughters, my sister had a large Shabbat dinner, and there were lots of people, and I was expecting to go there and hear everyone talking about Iran. I was the only one who brought up the subject. And everyone else, so the people who usually do all the talking and say stupid things were like, this is just, again, the same thing. The people who usually don't say anything and whose opinions I respect, like me, were like, this is different. And that's the thing. If you're actually paying attention to Iran, there's a lot of people going, oh, this is just more of the same. No, this is different. What's going on here is very, very different than anything that's happened before. Iran has been shut down for a month. And I don't know how they're going to they're going to go back to normal without serious change. I don't know what's going to happen.
All right. Well, I got to do a couple things, but I'll stay here because I'm kind of curious what Hezy's going to say. Because, everybody, Jacob, the corner is uncertain about, but everybody loves Hezy. It's true. It's just true.
I think Jacob is fantastic.
Even Luke likes Hezy.
Even Luke likes Hezy. Luke likes everyone, really.
Luke likes nobody. Have you been seeing how he's been treating those beloved members of our community, Nathan and Mark, those upstanding members of the community that he loves? he's been treating them in such a non-personal and relational manner.
All right, you guys talk. I gotta do a couple things.
Okay, Chezi doesn't speak.
I hope it's horrible what's going on in Iran, and the silence is deafening. It's I mean, it's also illuminating. Also, we are like, again, I talk about how we're in the period of the birur, right, of the discernment. So you could see who your enemies are, who your real allies are, where the world stands on certain things. So it's fascinating to see these things all come out. Why I jumped on was when Paul said, talking about how, even in Christian nationalism and in the Christian world, they're going through this whole, their own, I don't know what the right word is, but a recalibration, so to speak. And from our perspective, from a Jewish perspective, of course, I think it's a fascinating time, very exciting time. One where, because of where we are right now, and let's say the woke right, there's a sense where there's been a step back, right, between these sort of relations between these two groups. However, I think this allows, again, both for Jews and for Christians, for a realignment to come again and meet each other. Something that I'm obviously very hopeful for. And I know it's something that you do a lot of work with. So again, being in these times are very, very exciting times. And obviously what's going on with Iran is horrible, but zooming out, again, just seeing from a geopolitical point of view as far as what's going on in the world around us, also very, 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 very fascinating. And the fact that every week is, every week is tremendous new news that you don't even remember. I keep going back to the fact that, Donald Trump, they try to kill him. There's an assassination attempt. That would have been enough news for years, right? JFK's assassination is still something that is clearly with us, but that wouldn't have lasted 2 days in today's world. So as we move in these tumultuous times, I'm very excited about where the Jews and where the Christians find themselves. That's it. Those are my
I just want to promote tourism to Israel. We are a haven for the Baha'i community to escape to, because and they have built temples in Haifa and Akko, and they're have the practice of making beautiful gardens. And we have a beautiful garden in Haifa. It just decorates the whole city, because Haifa has not much else to recommend. But that garden on the mountain slope in Haifa is something to behold. And if you want more, there is a nicer garden in Akko. You can also visit Akko, the Crusaded city.
So just to correct you slightly, so Baha'u'llah did move to Israel, and he lived there, and the Baha'i religion is centered in Haifa, where their Supreme Council members are and where the Supreme Council is. But for a Baha'i person to live in the land of Israel requires special permission, and they are not allowed to visit for more than 10 days in a year. And I have Baha'i family. One of my uncles wanted to come to the wedding of two different Jewish people in our family who live in Israel, and their weddings were 2 weeks apart. And so he asked for special permission to stay for both weddings which was denied to him, right? So, and if you want to convert from to Baha'ism in Israel, you have to leave the country to convert. And if you want to go back to Israel and live as a Baha'i person, you need special permission, which I found hilarious.
How do they know if you're a tourist for America and you come as a tourist for a month?
No. It's a religious rule. It's not that they're enforcing it against people. It's that is their belief, and just for
okay. The Baha'i do not allow themselves to come.
Yes.
Okay.
It was It's not a government thing. Similarly, in Iran, if you want to go to college, you have to say on your college application if you're Muslim, Jewish, or Christian. And the Baha'is, since they refuse to mark any of those three, the religious ones can't go to college, which is why I have a cousin who teaches in an online school so that Baha'i people can get a college education in Iran. Now, there are people who obviously just say they're Muslim and go to college, but it's the faithful Baha'is who go to college online or leave the country to go to college because they don't want to misrepresent themselves as being a Muslim, Christian, or Jew.
Haifa.
I still don't get it. So who maintains the gardens?
People come from around the world to work at that center, and they're allowed for a whole year to come and work there. As far as maintaining the gardens, I'm not sure only Baha'i people work the gardens, but I think there's 6 or 7 members, or maybe 12, I forget, of their Supreme Council. They live in Haifa. But those are the members of the Supreme Council.
What brought you in, Hezi? Why'd you want to jump in? Did you have a story for us?
Is your mom allowed to listen to the shofar where you live?
Of course. Wait, did you guys not hear me when I gave my whole thing? Was I on mute?
I heard you.
Right, so I said, but Paul, I mentioned that, like, you saying, I don't want to. You mentioning that just your awareness of the current reconfiguration, so to speak, inside the Christian society right now, and Christian world and Christian communities. Is fascinating. I'm saying that's true about where Israel is. It's true about the whole world, obviously. But when you're saying, when we're looking at, as believing people, when we're looking at our Muslim brothers and sisters, and if we are also brothers and sisters, so, this is as real as it gets. And also, in a sense, from a level playing field, so to speak, which is, everyone is sort of, it's not that they're finding their footing, but you have like real people with real powers in their own regions. And that is, that's never happened before. I'm a messianist, obviously. So, like, to me, this is all prophetic. We're all like,
I was going to translate from Hezi to English and say he's a messianist and he sees what's going on in Iran, which really is shocking. Right. I was listening to Karim Sajidpour. He's been making the rounds as an expert on Iran lately, on the Dispatch and things like that. Right. And he was saying how he wrote an article for the Atlantic, I think it was, about the possibilities of future in Iran from a year ago. Right. And he had written 7 possibilities, and for space reasons, they made him cut it down to 5, right? And one of the 2 possibilities he cut out was the possibility of a return of Pahlavi, Well, that's actually the most likely outcome right now, although I wouldn't give it a more than 10% chance. But out of the various outcomes that are foreseeable right now, a return of Pahlavi, it seems to be, I think the biggest mistake the United States or Israel could make is killing Khamenei, because the only thing I see really saving the hardliners would be the death of Khamenei. He's a millstone around their neck. The possibility of Rouhani or Khomeini, Hassan Khomeini, being the next Ayatollah is the only thing I see as possible salvation of the Islamic regime as it exists. But I don't know. I don't know how that comes about as long as Khamenei is alive. If he were to die, and I would not be surprised if there are people in the IRGC planning on finding ways of being rid of that man. He is 86. But it's the status quo cannot continue. Not after what happened during the massacres. Those massacres they massacred their own regime by doing what they did. I'm not sure they had a better choice, but that was the end of them, as I see it.
Well, they have this system where there's a supreme leader, and then they have these other councils. You know, the Council of Experts, and then the Council of
the Guardian Council and
Guardian Council.
Yes.
And so my question is, do you think that whole structure will survive? Or, because one of the interesting things about Axworthy's book is, you know, you have the beginning of the monarchy and the Constitution in 1906, and you've got these various other iterations on through, and but then of course once you have this great leader who's a cleric who can basically always put his thumb on the scale, like Yoav's Supreme Court. Oh
no! This is way beyond. Look, Iran has had an absolute monarchy pretty much all the way through, with modern times, with minor, these councils are where elites get to contend with the absolute monarch.
Right.
The supreme leader is an absolute monarch.
Right. But except that it's not necessarily inherited by birth.
Yeah.
But the real question of the big questions right now are whether autocracies can actually successfully manage the size and complexity of the kinds of nation states we have.
So this is interesting. Karim Sajidpour, just as I was listening to him, was saying, I hear the Persians chanting a lot of things, including for azadi, for freedom. I don't hear anybody chanting for democracy. And that may be the reason why Pahlavi has come to the forefront. And the thing is, I'm very serious about this. Iranians don't talk about what happened in this year and that year. They talk about what happened in this decade and that decade. Iranian history is measured not by years, but by decades, right? And so the idea that somebody is going to be the president for 4 years, right? When Ahmadinejad came to the United States and people kept on talking about Barack Obama talking with Ahmadinejad, right? President to president, I was like, you realize you're kind of saying, oh, if, I don't know, Tony Blair or whatever, Emmanuel Macron came to the United States went and spoke to Gavin Newsom, and you're like, and they spoke, prime minister to governor, right? And it's like, those are not two equal things, right?
Right, but Jacob, I mean, I'm not, but
yeah,
I would just add that, it relates to this week's portion, right? Mishpatim, which is, you could look at that and be like, all these rules we get after Sinai, they seem to map on, if you're wearing your academic hat, to the Hammurabi codes, but yet we come and say like, no, the nuances, the changes that we see in the Torah are what's showing us that like it's speaking to a specific people at a specific time, yet it's still trying to catapult them further into understanding and realizing the image of God. I think also with the Iranian community, it would be a mistake, like you're saying, to assume democracy for them right now. Rather, we need to allow them to have a slow roll into a place like this. But it has to start with, obviously, a lot less oppression.
I don't think Iran within the next century can become a democracy.
But
Iran
toppled over right now.
Iranian culture is incompatible with the idea of having elections every 4 years.
They don't need that. Why do they need that?
They do have elections, though.
They don't have elections. I mean, Rafsanjani wasn't allowed to stand for election. Hassan Khomeini was not allowed to stand for election.
No, I understand that they certainly are not choosing their leader, but part of what's going on with this whole big movement is, what's the direction of authority? Because what happens with the Enlightenment and liberalism is the consent of the governed. Now, the consent of the governed can be expressed by an election, or it can be expressed by a revolution. Elections are a lot neater.
Right. No. So there's definitely this bottom up, top down, where do these two things meet? And part of that is the fact that Iran is not as centralized as the government as anybody imagines, right? Iran is quite fragmented. Yes, Tehran is the capital, but that doesn't mean that when you're in one of the Shahristans, in one of the, if you're in Shiraz or Esfahan or whatever, that you're living in, it's much more of a confederacy. It really is. And so when there is levels of things percolating up, and yes, the fact, and I think media really did this. There's a reason why I mean, the tapes that Khomeini was sending into Iran, right, is a lot like Martin Luther's pamphlets, right? Because you had a largely illiterate thing, right? And I never listened to Khomeini much. I was listening to him recently, and he doesn't speak. So Farsi has two registers. There's what's called Farsi Adabi, which is the formal register, and then there's the vernacular, right? And I have a very hard time understanding formal Farsi, right? It's a different language, yeah. Right? And so he wasn't speaking Farsi Adabi. He was speaking to the people who don't read and don't understand, Farsi Adabi that well, right? And so, yes, there is an interplay, but that interplay does not have the same structure and fundamental roots that we imagine here in the United States.
Right.
Right? It is far, far more conservative. It is far, far more tribalistic, family-based, right? Far less individualistic. And so, yes, do people go and vote? Yes, people go and vote. but it's not. It's actually a lot more Doug Wilson's. We vote by household. We don't vote individuals, right? And you can bet that even if a majority of the households in Moscow wanted Jacob to be an elder, I'm not going to be a candidate on that elder board.
No, I get it. And also the fact that, I mean, you can have the same practice and you can have the same language, but that doesn't mean the meaning in terms of what people invest in terms of voting is the same. I get that too. But I'm trying to understand and figure out, because I saw the politics of the Dominican Republic. Again, a country that had a very strong dictator. They like strong leaders. And often for small countries, they sort of like a strong leader because love or hate the guy, depending on how bloody he is or how much, beating up people he does behind the scenes, they want, that it's the Mussolini thing. At least when Trujillo was there, at least the trains ran on time, if they had trains. And so, it's hard to sort of get the measure of, and then of course you have this crazy thing right in the middle. And part of me wonders, I'm going to definitely read that book, Hezi. Thanks for the recommendation. Because when I was in Germany for one of our festivals, I was talking to one of the guys who's been to like all of the Breakwater events. He's a student in Germany, but he's from Macedonia. And he said, with the breakup of everything after the fight that they've had over the name, Macedonia is just vicious in terms of the Balkans and the Greeks. And just to name something Macedonia is just, So then, of course, this nation state that two of you are inhabiting, to call it, I mean, what does a name mean? The name means everything. To call it Israel, I mean, if it was called, the Jewish Republic of, Judea or something like that, you wouldn't have had millions of American fundamentalists just activate. But this all, and so that's where we get to the Zionism and Messianism and how, it's all matters. And so then you have this, in some ways, little bit of, I don't even know what to call the nation state of Israel in terms of, is it Western? Is it Eastern? That's what Yoav was talking about. It fascinates me greatly because it's just like, what is going on?
I am restraining myself from throwing a bomb into this conversation. Go ahead.
Just a second. The idea of recruiting the American public opinion around the name Israel, it was invented by a person. I mean, at some point, late 40s, somebody figured out how to do it. And there is a certain character, I don't remember his name, and he was of the far right resistant movement, resistant to the British. And he was stated in America trying to recruit support and money. And he's coming down, he was the one that was the first to it. And you have it with you since. And he came to Israel in the course of the Altalena affair, our 1 week civil war. And he was arrested by the leftist majority immediately following the Altalena affair, just in order that he will not participate in the first election campaign, because he was a master of PR. And due to his arrest, I mean, that was one contributing reason for the left winning those first elections. So this is about the left and democracy. Just a comment.
Again, the nation state of Israel is an olive branch to Jacob. We'll see if he takes it. But this is.
Don't make me throw that bomb. I have it ready.
Someone could check me on this. I don't know if this is true, but the idea of the apocalypse, okay? The word apocalypse also potentially is also flirting with the idea in Hebrew. It's called klipa, which means like the outer shell. An apocalypse is to unveil, right? It's you're seeing something that people associate with something horrible that's happening. However, now Jacob's checking it up right now, but I could be wrong. But the idea still stands. Which
wow, kalupstein, it means to cover. Yeah, I did not know klipa came from Greek. Interesting.
Now the klipa, the shell, the outer shell, is something that's it's a very, very deep idea in
the Kabbalah. Kabbalah.
Which I don't like that we call it Jewish mysticism, but for all intents and purposes, we'll call it that right now. And that idea is really that we are, we are really, the nation state is just a shell. I think the whole idea about the Bad Bunny song not being in English is all part of America's shell trying to like find itself right now and try to unveil itself as well. And you could see this, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, China, all these games that we're playing right now. Who are we? In whose name are we even playing these games? When you're talking about that there's sort of peace and I don't see it on the TV, right now I'm seeing death, genocide claims, AI. Who's making these decisions for me? And as we realize that the more there's quote unquote deep state and games being played, now we also realize we don't have control either. So before I give up all my control, what is this identity of this person that's doing that, right? If I'm all in, if I'm America first, so to speak, what is that America? Or making America great again? What does that mean? I know that I'm a Hebrew. And I know that my nation currently is not speaking the language that we're supposed to be speaking. But the name Israel, right? I don't find that being a coincidence. And my olive branch to Jacob is what Jacob sees as the devil work, which is the state of Israel, the Zionistic state of Israel, right? I just see as like a shell that you're right, that we need to rip off to unveil what we could actually be. But that's true about our Christian brothers and sisters and our Muslim brothers and sisters. Everyone needs to step up right now and start like unveiling who they really, really are. And in this age of discernment, we moved from the year of the snake to the year of the horse. It's time to move forward.
I can't believe it. We both agree that the Israeli state is from Klipa. Yeah, absolutely agree. By the way, Paul, did you hear my song? So here's my song.
سر سنگ عقابی به هوا خواست آن در طلب تو مهپر و بال بیاراست بر راستی بال نظر کرد و چون این گفت امروز همه روی جهان زیر پر ماست بر بال عقاب آمدان تیر جگردوز عذاب مرو را به سوی خاک فرو کاست چون نیک نگاه کرد و پر خویش برو دید گفت تازه که نالیم که از ماست که بر ماست از ماست که بر ماست از ماست که بر ماست
So I sent this to my mom and dad, and my mom sent it to a friend of hers. And my dad, next time I saw him, he's like, do you even understand what the words of that song mean? Do you even know where that comes, like what it means, Persian culture? I'm like, Dad, I made that song. He's like, what do you mean you made that song? My mom is like, who sang it? It's such a beautiful voice. I'm like, it's my voice. She's like, what do you mean it's your voice? I'm like, well, I made it with AI. It's complete AI slop. The words come from a poem that's about 1,000 years old. And it's beautiful, frankly. I'm very proud of it. But yeah, it's AI. And like my dad's like, you don't even know, what do you know about Persian poetry and meter and rhyme and stuff? I'm like, Dad, I made this song.
What is the song about?
So the poem is about an eagle that's flying and looks and sees that the entire world is beneath its wings, and an arrow hits the eagle, and he starts falling to the ground, and he sees the arrow that it's fletched with feathers. And he says, who shall we complain to? For as most kebar most, it is from us that is upon us. Yeah. And like Persians have a fatalistic, it's an ancient saying. The poem is one of the earliest recordings of it. It's from Nasr Khosrow, from almost 1,000 years ago. But as most kebar most, it is from us that is upon us.
Okay. I think we get to witness Jacob himself unveiling and showing more of his Persian self, which is also good. It's unfortunate that it takes war to bring us to a state where you have to feel rekindled and reconnected with that part of you, not that you weren't connected with that. But Paul, tell us, so what's going to be?
I'm just trying to learn. I've got so much to catch up on. The world is big, and I got going down this road because, of course, my friendship with Jacob, and Jacob's Persian story is interesting. And so that, of course, sort of leaned me to listen to what's going on with Iran in a different register. The Rest is History did a very interesting little series on the revolution, and I started reading it, and I started to appreciate the fact that a number of people have noted that you have the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and then the Iranian Revolution. And I think many people in America wouldn't put those three together. They'd see the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution as, these are significant turnings. But I think deservedly so, the Iranian Revolution is in there because
the Turkish Revolution should be there.
Well, there are many revolutions that are important, but I
think the Persian Revolution is a continuation of the Turkish Revolution. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I think you're right, and in that sense they're all in alignment with each other. As into it, the American Revolution was, there's much more continuation in terms of the American Revolution than you see with these other revolutions. But these revolutions have everything to do with basically the conflict between heaven and earth, and how we understand sources of authority, and how that authority is mediated. And in many ways, it's connected, let's say, with the Protestant Reformation, because, of course, part of what comes out of the Protestant Reformation, that's a very messy history. You can have the Peace of Westphalia, where you have, the prince decides the religion of the people. But a lot of what comes up in the Protestant Reformation is this tension within Catholicism that had been in for a long time between sort of a conciliar, which you find in Acts 15, which I think you're right. This comes from the Jews when these early, what we would call today Christians, they hadn't called themselves that yet. Something's going on in Antioch. What do we do? Well, we'll send Barnabas, and Barnabas wants to take Paul of Tarsus. So let's go to Antioch, which is a city in the empire, a multi-ethnic city, and find out what this group is doing, because they're not from us and they've picked up this Jesus thing on their own, and we want to know where we stand with respect to them. And so then they come, obviously Paul and Barnabas spend a fair amount of time in Antioch, and then they come down, and Acts 15, Luke gives a report of what is called the Jerusalem Council. But even in that council, you can sense the tension between the leader, who would be Jesus' brother, versus the group of them. And so you've got James versus the group, and there's tension between. And in a sense, you don't get resolution until sort of the preeminent leader and the body of the group can kind of come together. And you see this in the American system of government, where you have this president. Almost all systems have it. This president, but then you've got the legislative branch and the judicial branch, and they all have to work together. But now when we have, in the Enlightenment, we have this long period of tension between papal authority and, I did some videos on this work of Marcus Schera was dealing with it. His favorite book, which is a jurist, an American jurist, who goes back to the 11th century, where you had, in a sense, the creation, at least in Latin Christendom, of the secular, where the papacy basically says, we're in charge of the spiritual, the king is in charge of the secular. And so that sets up this conversation that we've been having ever since. And a la the colonialism and, all of those tensions are there. And that's why when I start reading this book and realizing what happened with Khomeini, and realizing, listening to Tom Holland and thinking about, shoot, there's a whole lot of smuggling, whether he did it intentionally or it just happened inside him, where he's got this new great idea. And it's like a whole bunch of stuff is in there. And of course, with something like the nation state of Israel, y'all come by it honestly, because you got all these Europeans, you got Americans, you've got people from all over the place. And so this is, in some ways, kind of the big arc that humanity is wrestling with. And what's interesting about what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Iran, what's happening in America, is we're all working on these same issues. We have for, a millennia been working on these issues of heaven and earth. And, the Peugeot brothers and their heaven and earth. I mean, I've long told people, Christians would read the Bible and say, the Bible is the story of heaven and hell. It's like, no, is it? The Bible's the story of heaven and earth. Right from the beginning, it's all set up there. And so humanity is trying to organize itself with respect to heaven and earth. And all of these struggles are subsets of that big question. That's what I see.
How
now Luke is going to say you're a universalist.
But 1 second. But first of all, there's in Hebrew this line called Ashrenu Matov Chalkenu, which is will be translated to basically how fortunate we are to be blessed to even be living in this world, that we could even have these realizations and like see. Again, this conversation is just, to me, is very obvious of like the glory of God in that sense, which is like that we could look back and see these things. So first of all, hallelujah. That's just so fantastic. And we really are living like in amazing times. Like I've said in the past, like we're very much in the place where billions and billions of people bend the knee and call out into God's name, which is just incredible. And to be fair, I see Yosef just jumped on right now as well. But there's a sense where Christianity, not a sense, but the way I see it, at least as an Orthodox Jew, the way Christianity really universalized grace. I'm forgetting the name of the historian, but really after and clearly coming from Jewish roots, but the idea of Christianity and the way it was able to manifest, and it's not just like Constantine taking it on, which obviously had its huge effects, but I forget who the name of the historian is who talks about how when basically in Rome, like the gutters were like the sewage was like overflowing, which really comes to symbolize like how eventually there was a complete breakdown of society. Who was there to take care of all those bodies, to bury them? It was the Christians. And the Christians really, what Jews at their time was really speaking inwards due to necessity. The Christians really took that idea and ran with it. And that is also amazing, which we've spoken about often. So coming back to the stage, even talking about like authority and how it's done, which is why it's exciting also what's happening in Iran. It doesn't have to be we don't have to run to the democracy. We have to also allow to see, we have to really think how we help that, right? So it's not like Jacob saying, is it like assassinating Khomeini? Is it just attacking and stepping back? And nevertheless, we're seeing, you're seeing this tremendous amount of death again. And yet the world has nothing to say, which is also crazy. Which I think the Jews are mistaken in. We should have, maybe for geopolitical reasons we don't, but we should be as loud as possible about this and how horrible this is and what's happening to our Persian brothers and sisters in that vein. But when you were saying, Paul, again, was resonating to me about only now, all these societies are really trying to figure these things out together. There's a part of it that we have to go back to families at the end of the day. It's through the families of the earth will be blessed through you. And that is my constant claim about Judaism is what and even flirting with the idea of Noah being Noahide as a placeholder, which is there's a sense that we could be doing this together. Right now, you could be like, great. Muslims are saying submit, and Christians are saying, be saved, and Jews are saying do your thing. But again, the idea is that we got to be doing this together, and it should be clear that we need to be going back to religion, right? That's going back to religion. It's going back to our identities, who we are as Christians, Jews, and Muslims coming from the same root. That's the question. Ultimately, it's not. It's a way of life, less so about a religion, but. I don't know. I find even your ruminations are inspiring, but here Yosef comes to tell us, guys, it's not really that simple. You see, in the 50s, we have to really be careful about what we're saying. First of all, before we go anywhere, we need an update. Dissertation. Are we any closer?
Closer, yeah. I've been working on it. a lot. I'm trying to finish the semester. We'll see if it can happen.
You've been hearing that for 17 years. All right, Yosef. Tell us how we were wrong, the nuances we weren't aware of.
I was late. I didn't get the bat signal, so I tried to catch up a little bit here and there, but I'm late to the convo. I'll listen for now. We'll see.
So Paul wanted to know more about Yoav, and I think to understand Yoav better, you have to understand that Yoav agrees with Jordan Peterson that there's no such thing as an atheist. Atheists don't exist. They may think they exist, but they're like Luke, people who say silly things they don't actually live with.
I believe there's atheists, but I believe that in God's good graces, that is a shield that allows them to ask questions, to allow them to get to a deeper understanding and to see God and not necessarily, the man in the sky. And to be able to go into that, as little kids, we're all idol worshipers, right? Like this toy is this, and this is this, and this is my father. And as we get to adulthood, we become these little philosophers that start asking questions. And hopefully we could fuse between two of those ideas and come out of a place where we could. I always go to this line from the Talmud, which is, "He who rejects idol worship is a Jew." Right. So I think an atheist is basically there. Exactly. We are working on it. So look at that. I didn't know that. I saw. I see. That's cool.
Yes, Luke actually listens to you.
Right. So, but put away my messianism. I think Israel, because your interest in it, Paul, because it's sort of, there's laboratory conditions in a certain sense, even though you could say like extreme conditions with all the turmoil it goes through. Yet, because it's this 3,000-year-old people that still have managed to keep this idea relatively this certain identity intact, even though they're fighting about this identity, right? Like when everyone's, and I'll say that obviously pushes on the anti-Semitic nerve, but like there's an expectation. I think a light onto the nations is sort of supposed to be like, again, not in any way better, but just leading a path and showing to it, there's no stones over here, rocks over here, move this way like a lighthouse, which is salvation, which is just a fantastic life. And we need to be able to model. I wrote over here a line, from the French over here, which spoke to us about liberty, equality, and fraternity, right? So liberty, we try with the West, and equality, we try with the Russians. I mean, the communists tried that. Fraternity, we didn't try it. And I think that's the last battle, whether it's in the right or the left in the States or what's going on in other political places, definitely in Israel. Only when we come together can we build a temple. Only can we come together can we stop wars. And that sounds like a cliche, but in some ways we're so close to that. If you zoom out, you think about ideas of like affirmative action and Greta Thunberg and all these things, you're like, oh, you're so close. You're pushing, you want it, you're this, everyone's crying about the famine, and on the other hand, once you zoom in, you obviously see the amount of corruptions and you see the issues going on over there. I choose, as a chronic optimist, to believe we gotta have a vision. And this, why Jacob gets a little upset at me, but like when I have this pin of the temple, is because I'm not saying I want to build the temple right now. I'm saying I have a vision, which is that is the vision. And that's a place of prayer for all nations. We could have 1,001 other discussions what that means. But my vision is that in the end of the day. And I think that there's a lot of people walking out there, which they say, America, make America great again. What does that mean? Right? And it's a fair question to ask. What is America? I know as a Hebrew, I want a temple. That's what I want. And I know that could be scary for a lot of people. And that doesn't mean we have to get away from democracy. But the only way I think you can move forward is if you recognize who you are, right? Know where you come from. And I'm a Levite.
So Rabbi Burton, who I will hopefully have on my show again, on my channel again, in not so long, asked a question on Twitter, which is the age-old Jewish question, which is, why hasn't the Messiah come yet? It's like, give me one reason you think is the main reason the Messiah hasn't come yet. And I said Sinat Chinam, and of course I forgot the Aleph in Sinat Chinam, so it's spelled it wrong. But and I said that especially, so there's the Mishnah in Avot that says Hillel v'Shammai kiblu mehem Hillel Omer Hevi Mitalmidav Shel Aaron Ohev Shalom Verodef Shalom Ohev Et Habriot Umekarvan LaTorah. So it's a quotation from Hillel. Be as the students of Aaron who love peace and seek peace, who love the creatures and bring them close to Torah. And I said, it's very, very clear. And you look at all of the commentaries, it's very clear. Why does it use the word habriot, the creations? Because it's specifically including Gentiles. And so the Mishnah is specifically saying, Ohev et habriot u'mekarvan et al Torah, right? And bringing them close to Torah. I don't see very many Jews who are even aware that that Mishnah very specifically is talking about bringing the Gentiles closer to Torah.
Wait, hold on.
And I think that's sinat chinam.
You're not translating enough, Jacob.
Go ahead, translate.
Sinat chinam is baseless hatred, I guess is the or it's the opposite of unconditional love, so we call it unconditional hatred, maybe in English. Though even that language is kind of weird. But
this is traditionally one of the reasons given, like that framing is why isn't the Messiah here? Sinat chinam. That is a very common.
Oh, it's the reason that the second temple was destroyed. I mean, so we should frame it that way. I think the first temple was destroyed for other reasons. You can pick up your Bible and read about them: idolatry, murder, oppression of the poor, maybe some sexual misconduct, right? Like that's pretty clear. The second temple, generally, the rabbis attribute the destruction of the temple to this hatred between brothers, maybe this where there should have been unconditional love among Jews. Instead, it was destroyed because they became very sectarian and factional. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons for this. If anyone knows their Second Temple history, starting with the reason that the Romans came in the first place was because two Hasmonean brothers couldn't figure out who should be in charge. They both claimed the throne. They invited Pompey Magnus in, and he was like, "Well, just I'll just take the whole country for myself." So there's that, but also, of course, late in the Second Temple period, whether you want to look at the sectarian kind of issues with that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's pretty obvious, or in the New Testament, or even in and then the big one, which is during the actual war with the Romans, when the Zealots burn the food in Jerusalem so they can't hold out their siege against the Romans. They could have survived the siege and the war would have gone a whole different way, but the Zealots wanted to force the people in Jerusalem to not just sit and behind their walls. They wanted them to fight. And that so there's a lot of, I mean, there's other reasons too, there's other stories too about this sort of issue, including with non-Jews, right? So one of the reasons that the temple's destroyed according to the rabbis is because the Roman leader tries to send a sacrifice, but he specifically is trying to trap the Jews into he's trying to provoke a war. He's trying to, or something, trying to provoke some military action, because he sent a sacrifice that according to Roman law is not disqualified, but according to Jewish law would be disqualified. So he wanted to kind of say well, they're not sacrificing to God on my behalf, so therefore I have a pretext to attack. This is a whole crazy thing. And even among the rabbis, they point out to sectarianism within the Pharisees, or whatever you want to call that proto-rabbinic group that was also causing, so they blame this entire set of factionalism, sectarianism, wars between others, as the reason. So because that is the reason for this exile, that is understood as the fundamental root cause for the thing that needs to be healed, this exile to end. And therefore, that might mean we can talk about Jewish unity as one way to kind of approach that, right? And that is a theme, is so people who talk about Jewish unity and want to end denominations within Judaism, or kind of a mere Christianity version of Judaism, right? We need some sort of unified thing. There's also another version of that which is much broader, that includes non-Jews, right? So that's not just this vision of Jewish unity, but unity of the Jewish world and the non-Jewish world, which feeds into the Noahide vision, which feeds into Jacob's point about the other thing he didn't translate. So you have to translate the whole phrase, right? So it's Ohevet Habriot. So someone who loves all creatures of creation, basically, which they understand. Like, why does it not say? What he was saying is, why does it not say is only like someone who loves all Jews? Like, that would have been a kind of obvious thing, because they were talking about bringing them people to Torah. That's not what it says. It says someone who loves all creatures. Now we can talk about that, like, yes, it seems to include non-Jews. Is it beyond humans? That's like a whole other discussion. Like, is it bringing? And it's not teaching Torah. It's another thing, right? It's bringing people closer to Torah, which is also like a whole other thing we could discuss. But anyway, okay, translated.
But the commentators are unanimous that
yes, that minimally includes
non-Jews.
But how fortunate we are that that's happening. More and more rabbis and more leaders and more Jewish communities are having those kind of conversations, whether it's going all the way back to Rabbi Soloveitchik. I mean, forget Rabbi Soloveitchik, go all the way back to the Meiri. But even now, this right now is miraculous that Yosef and I and Jacob and Yov are all here talking to PVK. He's speaking to us. There's people in the comments over here. This cross-pollination was never heard of. And the fact that we do it with love and kindness and creating space for ourselves, like the whole idea of the brave space, but also being genuine, and the whole idea of star manning and really, really trying to make a space for each other. To me, that's fraternity. That's showing the master of the universe that we're trying, that we're doing, that we're like, how else are you supposed to do that? Now, the healthiest way to do that is if we actually know who we are. So if we know who we are, honestly, we could probably have the conversation even more honestly. But Jacob, you have to be patient then with Luke, for example, because there's a lot of ideas out there. He's trying to figure things out for his own self, and if this is his journey to get closer to the master of the universe, who are we to judge at this point?
Hold on, who here has actually seen Luke in real life more than once, and been to his basement and drank matcha where he does his thing? I love Luke. I just wish his mouth was more congruent with his actions.
Speaking of, oh, sorry. Yeah.
There is no dispute in Israel about the history that Yosef just described. Whether you receive it from the rabbis or you receive it from the Roman historians, this is undoubtedly what happened at the destruction of the Second Temple. And even though that everybody in Israel is aware of this history and the implication of this history, we still cannot hold ourselves from infighting. And the reason that the state of Israel was erected is that by 1935, the leader of the left majority and the leader of the right minority have met in the hotel room of Israel's most renowned industrialist. And they shook hands on at least not shooting each other. And then they brought this decision to their politbureaus. The right affirmed the resolution because they were less democratic. So whatever the leader agreed, they agreed. The left voted against it under the leader's objection of Golda Meir. And they started shooting each other in the 40s. But then, as the consequences of the Holocaust were revealed, they had absolutely no choice but to shake hands again. And by 48, the dissident right-wing organization were dismantled. And the left has dismantled the Palmach, which was their revolutionary guards. And the Israeli army was erected as one unit. And this is why we exist. And there is still some hope that we can achieve some unity someday, somehow, against human nature. And certainly, I am not willing to entertain any thought of any difference between me and Chezi or between me and Jacob. I'm just not willing to entertain any stray thought of any difference between us. And what happens, happens. If a temple descends from heaven because of that, let it.
I mean, but that's the last miracle. I mean, is it not also what we look for to be able to move forward together, to do things together, even to deal with the challenge of AI and alignment, not the technical term of alignment, but even alignment with ourselves, how we even want to deal with such an idea? That could only happen if someone could model what it looks like. I mean, we're looking for leadership, obviously, but even as a country, as a nation, can you do this? Can you get together? Can you move a boat like this? I mean, there were times, right, which is why the idea of America and the founding fathers, like what's so amazing about that idea, which is like, you know, they did it. The fact that after the Civil War, you know, that as bloody as it was, they managed to work together, you know, is divine in its own right. But Yosef, sorry, you wanted to say something earlier.
I did, but we're on a different track, and I don't know that it's worth jumping off. On this track, I might say that one of the things that really happens, we can think about this to the point of like different forms of unity and like, you know, after the destruction of the temple, and we can talk about like exactly when New Testament books are written and when things happen and whether, you know, how accurate they are. But essentially, I think the broad strokes outline is that Christianity orients to unify some group of Jews with Gentiles whenever the Great Commission sort of, or whatever happens, and they go to the nations, and like they take on that orientation. Whereas the rabbis, who essentially become the leaders after the Second Temple period, because the other sects collapse, because the Qumran and the Sadducees and other parts of the Pharisees and the militant Pharisees to some degree, like they collapse, and there's a bit of a big tent thing going on, but essentially they become the unified framework for everyone except for the Christians, essentially. And there's, I mean, and some like kind of Gnostic-y whatever groups, but the people that form the Jewish identity after the temple are those who are able to kind of overcome the sectarianism. And what we are left with among Jews, right? So they solve the Jewish unity problem to some degree, not perfectly, and the Samaritans are their whole, like, we can talk about the groups that didn't get into that big tent. There were groups, obviously, that didn't. But they're the ones, you know, for them, what they're trying to solve is the Jewish unity thing that destroyed the temple, which is a different problem that Christianity is trying to solve, which is Jewish unity with non-Jews to some degree, which becomes a far smaller focus. Though, as to Sam Tideman's most recent video on Gregory of Nazianzus, however his name is pronounced, he comes from a family of Noahides. His dad was a Hypsisterian, which is a person who follows a minimum of some Jewish law, including a limited version of food laws and a limited version of Shabbat, and does not worship idols and only has one God and does not accept the Trinity, right? Like, there were until the 4th century, right? This is pretty late into the end of the 4th century. Like, and these groups like did exist, and they were not Christian, and they were more associated with kind of the rabbinic Judaism side. So we can't say that wasn't around either. But for the most part, the focus of the rabbis, from what the extent things that we have, the text that we have, seems to be on Jewish unity. And the Christians have a very different goal. And then essentially the Christians, after they abandon trying to be unified with the Jews, and they're not getting as many converts from the Jews, and they mostly concentrate on Gentile conversion, then have to work on their own what's Christian unity look like? And that eventually leads, of course, to Nicaea and Alexandria, and all the councils of the the 4th and 5th century, right? And now we're in like those unity phases, and they become inwardly focused on what's unity for us. And it's not about unity with the Jews anymore, that's for sure. In fact, it's everything we can do to exclude the Jews, because that's the first issue in the Council of Nicaea, specifically decoupling themselves from the Jewish calendar. We no longer want to be dependent on the rabbinic calendar for the dates of Passover, right? That is the quaternary controversy of the dating of Passover. So, but yeah, I think that this is kind of the perennial debate, right? On what frames are you trying to unify with? Who is the story? Like, who's within your story? Who's outside the bound? Israel right now really could use, like, it's amazing that they came to this agreement, right, in the 30s, and then didn't really keep it, but still were able to kind of revive enough of it that they were able to start the state in the late 40s, after the trauma and kind of the unity of trauma, right? That's really what's happening in both the cases, both with the rabbis and with the founding of the state of Israel. They unify in the face of trauma. That's not the same story as Christianity with Constantine to some degree, right? They're not unifying because of trauma. They're unifying for a very different reason. We can talk about what it is, but yeah. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
You never cease to fail, Yosef.
Well, I have some things I need to do. I've spent more time here than I thought I would, considerably more, but it's been well worth it, and I really appreciate you all jumping in and helping me understand better and learning. Yeah, Jacob's Corner continues to be a place where good things can happen. So
thank you, Paul. Onwards and upwards.
Thanks for jumping on.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
I want to ask you, what do you think of my idea? I mean, I don't think I probably got it from somebody else, but that there is a strong inherent quietist strain throughout Islam because of its Nestorian roots, as coming from the exiles from Constantine and the Roman adoption of Christianity.
Think about that.
Stumping Yosef.
Arabia is weird. It's hard because there's a lot of fringe groups, including fringe groups of more Jewish ones that are in Arabia, right? That are like not part of the rabbinic mainstream, that are doing weird things.
Well, it's weird. I was looking into that history, right? We don't have a lot of archaeology. We do have a lot of stories that Muslims came up with in the Sunnah and stuff 200 years later, which I'm not completely dismissing, but I also don't trust as much as actual archaeology.
The archaeology is a current kind of really big boom area in this. So the archaeology of Arabia and Jews and Christians in Arabia is a really big thing right now. They're finding lots of new sites. Most of it hasn't been published yet. I know Anthony, who's the other kind of archaeology guy in TLC, and I have been really waiting for Gary Rensburg to publish. He is supposed to be having a book on Jewish inscriptions of Arabia, I believe that's coming out soon. Been working on it since like the beginning of COVID, so I've been waiting a while. There's also this huge, mostly unpublished, like burial ground in northern Arabia and southern Jordan. That's, I think, like 5,000 graves or something, mostly Jewish Christians. They believe they're probably Ebionites, but there's some sections that are just Jewish of that cemetery, and that still hasn't been published at all yet. There's, of course, the most archaeology we have, like solid archaeology that's been published and been out for a while, is the Himyar inscriptions from the Jewish kingdom of Yemen, and also before it became Jewish. And we have this weird story in Seder Olam Zuta, I think, that that while the child of the Exilarch, you know, in 520 or whatever, when Zecher the Third is executed after trying to start his own Jewish state in Bavel, which he had for 7 years in Mechoza. There was a Jewish state, maybe. I mean, we have only one source on it, so it's a little hard to like figure out. But he was executed publicly, either crucified or hung or something, on the bridge in front of Mechoza, and then his child was smuggled to Israel. But he also had the one who became the next kind of Davidic line leader. But he also had family that was smuggled to Himyar because they could provide protection. Israel couldn't provide protection; it was under the Byzantines. Like, what are you going to do? He had family that went to Himyar, and they were not Himyarites were not considered rabbinic Jews. So, but like there is this kind of weird thing where like they still clearly are in trade contact, religious contact, sending letters, something, right? That you'd send refugees there. But we do have some archaeology. We do have some historical documents. None of them are contemporary. It's like which is a big issue. We have potential, we have a little bit of contemporary stuff from the 7th century, but not so much from the 6th.
Well, there's also the whole question of whether Shia Islam and their history is actually the correct one, and Shia came before the Sunnis, and which I can totally understand. And maybe the Shiites are more Jewish, of more Jewish origin, whereas the Sunnis are more of a Christian origin. There's a lot of possibilities there.
There's also there's a lot of complications also with that because of more emerging evidence around the Pashtun being connected to the northern tribes' exile, which I used to pretty much dismiss as like a conspiracy theory and whatever.
I thought it was a
there is actually some new data points that like are beginning to support them, though I'd still say they're kind of rocky. But the new evidence that's come out seems to be closer to that side of things, which I'm at least sort of tracking. Because then if there's just like Jewish influence in Eastern Persia, like then maybe the Shia Jewish stuff is not actually coming from being earlier, but because it's getting Jewish influence from a different sector.
Well, what kind of has been doing it for me is thinking about Ayatollahs and how similar the role of Ayatollah is to Posek. It really is.
Yep, totally. I mean, the Theocratic Council in Iran is not ridiculously different than one might imagine a Sanhedrin sort of operating. I mean, obviously there are some differences that and not ideal things that we would probably want to fix, and like some things that Jewish law or whatever would have different, but generally it kind of rhymes with it, which is what's so interesting. And that's why I think with Paul kind of concentrating on Israel and Iran, like he should, because they are kind of sort of not that Israel is in the same place, like it's not a theocracy, even though some people would like it to be, but like I could see where they're kind of both these interesting weird experiments in religious nationalism that are kind of worth paying attention to. And the quietism, maybe. I mean, it's just weird because there are these weird groups in Arabia that are all sort of like the people who are rejected from everything else, and they kind of, the ideas sort of fester there in this hinterland. The spice trade is collapsing, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in Arabia at the same time. The incest trade, especially, is because Christianity is using the same types of or levels of incense that Roman the religions were using. So when it's, I don't know, at the fringe you get weird ideas, and quietism like wouldn't surprise me. The people who had to like sort of survive as minorities among others. There's some, there's the Rabbi Abramson, who does a bunch of work on he has some crazy theories about Jews in Arabia, in my opinion, but like he thinks that there was a sect of Sadducees there, and that Islam really, the early Islam is actually really interacting with this sort of syncretic Sadducean Hellenistic group there, and he thinks the Kaaba was just like there was a temple in Egypt, he thinks the Kaaba sort of served like that for this group.
Did you? 3 questions, if you don't mind, just if we're picking Encyclopedia Brown's brain over here. One is the Igbo tribe. 2 is the Shinto. Like as far as like the Jewish connection there, because there's a lot of stuff up there. And lastly, which I think is like not, I think it's nonsense, but like I can't remember where I even heard it. This idea about the Kaaba and tefillin, like the Kaaba sort of walking around the Kaaba and the black box and being sort of like, you know, like a misinterpretation or its own version of, you know, that kind of idea.
Yeah. Sorry, you're at the limits of my encyclopedia for the Igbo. The Kaaba is interesting. I was literally just listening last night while I was working. I threw on a lecture from 2 years ago at Stanford on the early origins and understanding what the Kaaba was in Islam, and kind of how it's been changed. So this is like, what are the first 2 centuries of witnesses about the Kaaba and what it was like and how they understood it. I don't really see, I mean, yes, I think there's obviously like a visual similarity, but like, yeah, I have to think about that. I don't know. It's not interpreted in the same sense. Like it's not the same sort of symbol. At the same time, the Kaaba is supposed to be very, its simplicity is supposed to speak to monotheism. That it's just this like simple black box that's not adorned, but of course that's changed over the years. And originally, that it's this cube that's not adorned, that speaks to the oneness of God. That does sound a lot like tefillin.
And the cube, its shape.
Yeah, it's a cube. It's a black cube that has something around its base, which is important too, right? It's not just a black cube; it has something around its base, and it speaks to the unity of God. And inside of the tefillin, of course, for the non-Jews listening, or people don't know, like we have the text of the Shema, you know, that says God is one, and with a couple other things inside of the tefillin, other texts. But primarily, it is supposed to speak to God's unity. So, yeah, okay, I have to think about that. It's kind of a cool idea. What was the third one? Igbo, Kaaba, and
the Shinto.
Oh, that What's your idea with the Shinto? What about it?
In the Shinto, I'm saying like there's a group that has like a temple. It's only built out of stone or wood, and there's like 4 chatzerot, and inside their holy of holies or area, there's just like a mirror basically, and they have these things that look like an aron, that looks like sort of like a cherub, but they say Esa, 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 and there's these statues of like the elders that have like these long noses and like little tefillin on their head, and they're holding scrolls in their hand, and like it's like a very strange situation.
I feel like we can go in a lot of directions with that, but anything I say would just be kind of conspiracy theorist level.
I gotcha. I recommend doing. I recommend looking into that a little. I'd love to hear your thoughts, but I know you're.
I will. On the other hand, I will say, if I look at the comments for a second, I don't know Brent here, but yes, Brent. There's lots of really interesting things going on in scholarship on the original Paul, especially kind of in the German literature on reconstructing Paul from Marcion. Well, what version he maybe had the original for. And yeah, David Litwa's stuff's really cool if you want to understand, especially Gnosticism, early Gnosticism, and who was Simon Magus and Valentinus, right? Like great. I'll second those recommendations. I haven't found as much useful from Litwa necessarily on Jewish stuff. He engages with it a little bit. Some of the Simon Magus stuff is relevant because he is like sort of a character that the rabbis are at least semi-aware of, it seems. But he's reconstructed from the Nag Hammadi library. The problem with it's good stuff. It's good stuff. The problem for those who aren't read into the history is that for a long time we just took the Christians' word for it about like what different sects were, and we didn't have the writings of these actual people to tell us what they believed. And they made all these theories up about them, or I don't know, scandals, or accused people of being X, Y, or Z without really knowing what we're talking about, because they were just useful categories that they had invented from their own kind of imagination and polemic. And now we have witnesses of the actual like beliefs of these groups, direct witnesses that have really allowed us to understand like what they really were talking about, and not just like from the mouths of their enemies. And he's doing a lot of cool work there. So absolutely. And that applies also to the Gospels and Paul's letters. That's the point of that was, I think, the point of his comment is there's this really fascinating work going on.
So what's the gist of the work on Marcion and Paul's letters? That
Marcion
had the original work?
So there's a group of scholars, mostly based in kind of the German biblical study spheres, who said, hey, is it possible that Marcion's work was the original and then later it got added to? Is that possible? And they said this for both Paul's letters and for the gospel, and for the original kind of, he has like a 1-book gospel as opposed to, he didn't want to do the 4-book thing, but like, is there like a difference in the version he had versus the versions that we have? And so usually they compare it with Luke, because that is like time-wise would make sense, is like, is someone, Luke is the closest to the Evangelion of Marcion. I can't remember what they call it, something like that. And his version of Paul's letters are called the Apostolos, and they just a new critical edition just came out that compares the Greek of both and then the English so you can like follow on all 4 columns of like what's going on and like what was added or changed in his version. If you want to YouTube, if you want to like follow people like going like book by book and line by line, the YouTube channel Patristica is run by like some of the younger scholars within this group doing this work, and they are putting their work up. The way that they did this, they looked at like every possible time someone quotes something from the New Testament, especially the letters of Paul or the Gospels. They look at these direct quotes or paraphrases in all of the early Christian writers, and they realize that like all of these quotes are only from Marcions and they're not from the non-Marcion material, and that's sus. So then they were like, well, let's let a computer take a crack at this, and like, is there a difference between the Marcion material and the non-Marcion material if we like statistically analyze it? And they use all this. This is pre-LLM, so they're using a lot of natural language processing, a lot of statistics, and they published that book. It's huge and very expensive. I don't have it. And it's really cool though. I mean, I've listened to some of their presentations, and they really do show that there are clear patterns of like all the material that's not in the Marcion material shares statistical properties, and that shouldn't happen if it came first. If Marcion was cutting, like, there's no reason that Marcion would cut things because of like their grammar. Like that doesn't make sense. Like he's paying attention to, in theory, the theory was that Marcion was cutting down the old stuff because of content. And like he had very specific polemical reasons to cut certain parts out, make it less Jewishy, whatever you want to, think about Marcion. But it doesn't actually fit the text we have. So they've argued that Marcion's is the original for both. His version of the 10 Pauline letters is the correct kind of, and he has a different order for the letters, and it's the only order attested by the other early scholars. So it changes. In his version, Paul is not this guy traveling everywhere. He actually basically takes like one long, pretty straight journey, and he's not like bouncing around all the time. It is shorter. It doesn't. What they don't have is their material. Like they try to show like what was cut and what was added, kind of go back and forth. They've now also published like not just are there statistical patterns in the words, but based on that you can then look at like what is the difference in the material, like really carefully, like line by line, like what is cut, what was not, what was added. Can you figure out like what the patterns are in Marcion? And it's not such a simple story that he's just like anti-Jewish or trying to get rid of the Old Testament or whatever. Like it's actually, there's a much richer picture that they've kind of developed. So yeah. It's
wow,
really cool.
I wonder what Father Stephen has to say about all this.
Well, I want to Yosef, it's a good question that Jacob raises over here, which is, this might be tough and a little controversial, but in your time spent in the TLC, coupled with the side conversations and your own research and interests around this topic of, let's say, Christian-Jewish unity, they're Christians themselves, the whole historical element to it, where do you see, I want to be more optimistic about that. If you could decide, if you had some sort of power or the best, if you could be optimistic where do you see this ending falling out? Like, do you see the conversation within the Christian community like moving towards a place where you feel more comfortable? Or let's say, do you feel like there's some sort of language, if you could construct this shared language, like, do you feel like they're moving towards a place of like where there's more of a bond and we could share some while each remaining in their camp? Or like it's just not possible? Yes, there's not killing each other and maybe we're nice to each other, but like the divide is just too great and we need a miracle.
I think it's hard. One of like the greatest threats to unity in some sense, and I think Yongad actually said it with his comment about mothers crying over their babies, is memory is a really big threat to unity in like a real way. There's this idea that I've posted, I think both in VOM and in Jacob's channel, probably also Grail Country, and for like I just keep coming back to it, which is this from Stephen Wolfram in his second article on entropy. He has this idea buried in there, which I think like needs to be highlighted. The more you can, there's basically a fundamental trade-off between your own identity and a coherent story and a unity of self, or like a group, versus something that is more inclusive and broader and has more entropy in it. But the more you broaden that story, the more you broaden that perspective, the more, like, let's say, even wisdom you have in a Reiki kind of transcending wisdom ladder view, like the more that you lose the coherence of that sub-identity, right? That you can't maintain it. And that's a really hard trade-off, because that means that, like, you have to just acknowledge it. Like, I think it is fundamentally a trade-off. I mean, he's showing it for physics and entropy and like thinking about this, but I think it is a trade-off also in social and psychological identity. And one of the real challenges with this conversation is like, we have those memories for a reason. Things happened, like, and we had to preserve identity because there were threats, and like we became defensive, and like those are not, there are reasons for them. The question is, are they like allergies that we shouldn't really have, or are they actually like proper immune responses that protect us and are still useful? And that's kind of the question. Should we try to get rid of our allergy to certain things, or should we maintain it because it's what gives us our identity, and we don't want to risk that identity? I think in this conversation with the Marcion kind of scholars, what it becomes this is not a conversation I can have necessarily so easily with Christians in TLC, because immediately their immune system should kick in. And that's what does happen. In biblical scholarship, generally what's happened, especially in Christian biblical scholarship, is this group gets labeled the Marcionites very usefully and just gets dismissed. They're Marcionites. You don't have to call them you don't have to call them heretics, because like it's biblical scholarship, it's secular in theory, right? But they are dismissed that way. And like I have a feeling that's probably the response you get, Brother Stephen. Even though like I think they can bring all the receipts. They have, they've published multiple books, thousands of pages, academic journals, peer review, like their own material, it's like textbook size things, translations. My impression is basically you have to have people who are pretty darn open to this sort of threat to their identity, like to scripture, right? To even have this conversation. And I understand that. it's not crazily different from people talking about the documentary hypothesis, and for a lot of modern Orthodox Jews, and trying to contend with whether those theories have weight or not, and I think this can bring a lot more receipts than that, because they have witness text, right? There's no documentary hypothesis witness text to serve as a ground or a baseline in the way that the Marcionite scholars have really proven for their field. At the same time, it is a threat to identity, and that's hard. And it's a very nice vision that we could have unity someday. I don't want that to be at the cost of identity to some degree. And what that will mean for identity, what it will mean for, where's Luke's in the comments still? I don't know. He's still around, right? What it will mean for the persons to exist within the unity, or the multivocality, and to not be Babel, but to be Tzefani or Zechariah's vision, is that's a messianic vision. There's a reason that's a messianic vision. Because it's about finding this balance between unity and particularism and universalism. That that is my vision. It's a great vision, in the sense of massive. But is that transformation of consciousness and all the things that would necessarily need to happen for every one of us?
But let's
something that's not messianic.
Let's not jump. Before I jump there, I guess I'm saying, from your conversations here, are you more optimistic where they're is this, as far as you're concerned, you could be well, it is. That's why I'm still here. But are you laying the groundwork for that kind of conversation? As in, I'm not. You don't have to tell me unity yet, but I'm saying listen, if Jews could accept X, and okay, I'll bring it very much very specific, right? If I have in my Orthodox toolkit an option to still play with an idea of even a historical figure like Jesus, even resurrecting, and that still doesn't challenge my belief, that sort of opens up a lot of doors towards creating a space where that's possible. And I would say on the flip side, I would say sort of very clearly with regards to a Sam Tiedemann, but more so with a Luke. Is Luke sort of open enough where, as far as you're concerned, that's not a threat, and that kind of Christianity, that's good. You could stay there, and we could now all head towards the end zone, basically, without trying to convince anyone at this point. That's sort of that's as much as you could go without it being messianic. By messianic, I mean, is it something that you could imagine? Yes, you're saying.
I was summoned.
Oh, you were summoned, yes, 3 times.
My name was mentioned, and then somehow I just like Aslan in Narnia, I just got sucked over here. What's the context?
No, well, it's changed quite a bit since I summoned you, but I think unless you were summoned before I mentioned it.
I will say that Luke, in the way he acts, is someone I am perfectly happy to have as a neighbor. Luke, in what he preaches, is an existential threat to civilization and being able to live in peace, which is a problem.
I want to go back, maybe, Fuzzy, and then we'll maybe figure out a way to tie Sam into this. We're talking about identity and openness, and yeah, okay. So here's my Fuzzy. Actually, this goes to what he just said about Luke too, I guess, to some degree. Okay, there are some people who are when they say they're gluten-free, they're celiac. If they have a molecule of gluten, they will get really sick, right? And you have to be super careful cooking for them and whatever. I cannot have gluten, but I don't have that reaction. When I have it, I don't immediately react, but if I have enough, then later in the day I might start feeling unwell, or over a long period of time, I will be unwell, but you won't necessarily see it immediately. And to frame it as, well, like if I can do it, then you can do it. Like that's not true, because it depends on the defense mechanism. It depends on the sensitivity, the allergy, the immune system, right? There are certain things that speak to the core of certain Christian identities that serve as a threat, that it makes more sense that they have to be much more careful with than like the, if you, whatever parallel threat you're going to try to imagine for like Judaism, like saying, okay, well, Jesus was a real historical figure, the one you just gave. If I can say that, then why can't they say that type thing? I don't think that's not always true, because it depends on how core it is to their identity, and how open-handed or close-handed they feel that they can be about it. And there's also this like an immediate threat. I can have them as a neighbor, but like there's actually this slow, long-term existential threat that that I have, and that's like they require like different ways to balance that. So while I do hope that I'm laying some of the groundwork for my vision, I recognize that when I bring up things like maybe Marcion's version of the gospel or the Paul's letters is first, that really that is not something that a lot of Christians probably can be open-handed about. And like by bringing that up, I'm probably like making some sort of strategic or tactical mistake, depending on the context and depending on who I'm with, and like how public the conversation is, right? Like, and who the audience is. I did bring it up here, and maybe I need to be very much more mindful. I'm not great about being mindful about like who I'm sharing with, and maybe I'm not quite personalist enough there. But
you got to speak your mind. We got to say.
Yeah, no, and that's part of Brave Space, like whatever world. But even within Brave Space worlds, there are some things that you can be very brave about, and you still don't necessarily share like other parts of it, right? Like you're willing to be brave within a subset of your beliefs, or a subset of, I'm willing to entertain this plausibility, but it's not necessarily with everything, right? And you don't know when someone else like agrees to enter that brave space with you, like what they're willing to have challenged necessarily.
It's okay, Yosef. We know you don't actually believe in the Zohar. It's fine.
Sam, the conversation is, and I think also it's relevant for you, and I've sent you like messages about this, but it's a real question, which is like, how close do I need to be so I could be accepted, right? Like, here I come, I'm Sam, I'm this, like I know all this information, like I love Jesus, yet like you're kicking me out of church, and you're Sam. Right. And I'm telling Yosef, like I'm trying to create like a bridge with like the Jews. Right. But seemingly like, Sam to me is like a perfect example. Like, if he's not making it, like, who am I to be like demanding like some sort of connection? Yet I see Sam in this space, right, as still loved and beloved and influential in his own way. And to me, that is sort of, I want to challenge Christianity, I guess, and that's like, well, I don't want to challenge Christianity. I'm saying it the wrong way.
Go for it. It needs it.
But I go back to this idea again of like anyone who rejects idolatry is called a Jew, or what's my need? Yeah.
Sorry, can I speak to that for a second? So I don't love that phrase. I get it's from the Talmud. I understand it. But just like when Luke calls me a Christian, it rubs me wrong. I think that phrase can have a similar affect.
What was the phrase?
He who rejects idolatry is called a Jew. That's like, like a loose translation. But you're right. It's also because you first would have to explain like, what does a Jew mean? And what like, but is Claire a Jew? Right. But I would say again, this goes back to like every knee shall bend, right? And every tongue shall swear, which is, so let's say for Sam specifically, right? As Jews, he falls into a category that's like comfortable for us as like, when we speak about Noahides and things like that, which is like, now that could be insulting to Sam, but as a Jew, it says like, listen, this guy is on a righteous enough path where like, at this point, he moved into a place where you need to love for him and care for him and sustain him. And like, this is potentially someone that could, well, no, it's complicated if he could live in the land or not with those beliefs, but either way, correct? But either way, there's a completely different relationship at that point. And then what I'm asking you is like, do you feel in the TLC, there's movement in the Christian world where you could feel like I could qualify them as such, which then of course requires work. And this goes back to what you were saying, Jacob, about all the creatures, right? We have to have love for all the creatures of the world, referencing also non-Jews, because, and I think that conversation is happening. Like when I look at this, my goal isn't now like they'll all abandon Jesus. My goal is to get to the point where the idea of Jesus, and this could be, I hope this is not offending anyone, as long as the idea of Jesus is sort of in the prism, like it falls inside our prism, but we have the tools to allow ourselves to have a large tent, then like, why is that not the conversation we're seeking right now? Even though that's not the ultimate unity, right? Because if, whoever comes at the end of days, who are we to deny that acceptance, right? We have our own beliefs, but if you have the tools to create a large tent, why not seek to do that?
There's still a difference between what's used to the phrase, one who rejects idolatry as a Jew, I think is useful as internal language when talking to other Jews about how to treat non-Jews. I also don't love I'm realizing like, the translation of creature is not good either. And Briot does it will come off wrong because Briot doesn't. You're not in English that has implications of like it includes animals, and then you like have this weird
You're right.
Not just animals, but that's not in the Hebrew.
Creations.
So again, but it's really hard. But that's the point of it's really hard to come up with language that speaks both internally and externally. And you might need differences. I might have to acknowledge that there's a difference between internal language and external language. And with the group, and when I was speaking to other Jews, using Briot, using that phrase, that line from the Talmud is great for creating the ability and the potential to have a big tent with 4 other Jews to non-Jews. However, that's not the language that's necessary probably for the language that's as useful for the bridge that actually helps talk to non-Jews.
That's a very good point.
And yeah, and this gets into these because especially like languages especially because language can trigger these. I mean, right, Luke? This is where the creeds and dogmas and the things you get all these because language triggers these immune responses.
And I mean, I have to say, I have a much harder time with a Reform synagogue than I do with a Catholic church for very good reason. And that's, I think, part of the reason Sam gets treated even worse than the Jews a little bit.
The narcissism of small differences, or the thing that's quite like you but just a little bit different, is more annoying or more threatening than the thing that's more different than you, right? Like, why will Gavin Ortland publicly talk to Mormons but not talk to me? It's because it's pretty clear to draw a divide between him and the Mormons, and like that kind of thing. I mean, I think unity always needs to be asked in the question of like, in what context and for what purpose? Like, do I want to find a way so that I could have communion with Jews? That's like an oxymoron in categorization, because by the time you're taking communion, you're a Christian. But do I want to find a way that I could, well, like one thing that I really like about TLC that I hope it continues to be able to do is to be a place where we can offend each other well. And Yosef can bring up the Marcionite Gospels, and I'll bring up counterpoints against the Marcionite Gospels if I have to, and we can have that discussion, and maybe I might even learn something from that, or realize that that's like a whole flank of my knowledge or defenses that I hadn't even anticipated before, or something like that. You know, those sorts of things are good, but it takes some amount of community and trust and unity to even be able to do that sort of thing. Do I want to figure out how to live in a country with, you know, Jewish people? Well, that's a much different question. Do I want to figure out how my town can be like 80% Christian by heritage and 20% Jewish by heritage? We still put up a Christmas tree and Christmas lights, but we have a lit up menorah kind of on the side as like a nice little gesture. And so, but we don't have like Jesus anywhere, but it's still a Christmas tree and everyone knows what the lights are on the fence posts. And like, you know, like how do we balance that such that, you know, it's still kind of Christian, but the Jews don't feel too offended or excluded? You know, those are different questions.
You just said somebody, by the time they're taking communion, they're a Christian, they're not a Jew. Whereas I am in communication with several people who you might not even believe the positions they're in, who are from a Jewish background, and they are, I mean, I can't even say without explaining, but they're like, okay, here I am with Christianity, and if Jesus is my Lord, and he says, I have come to fulfill the law and not to destroy it. And if all the things that Father Stephen says about the continuity of Christianity with Judaism, and he, you know, especially the Catholics, there's a whole society of Jewish Catholics who are trying to understand, like Gideon Lazar, him I can publicly name, right? Here he is. He's a Catholic, and because he's a Catholic, now he's suddenly learning about Judaism because, like, Nostra Aetate says, oh no, God didn't just get rid of the Jews theologically, right? And so, like, you said that, I'm sure not meaning to offend anyone, but I can think of.
Well, I think I can be allowed to offend people. That was one of my points.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and you are certainly allowed to offend people. And frankly, I think to some extent, I have to agree with you. Look, by the time you are, you know, considering holy orders in the Catholic or a similar church, then maybe you should probably recognize, yeah, that's not what Christianity's been for 2,000 years.
I mean, hence it's so interesting, because when did Christians and Jews have the opportunity to explore together what a relationship to God is?
So a couple of things. I mean, Brent is bringing up Al-Andalus, and yes, there was a lot, like, and within I don't know Brent's background, but like Al-Andalus is brought up all the time in Jewish kind of interfaith dialogue, constantly. And like for 200 years, we've over-romanticized, especially the German Jews, over-romanticized Al-Andalus as like this, you know, whatever, paradise. And, you know, everything we should revive, you know, everything, Hebrew, grammar, Bible studies, like everything should go back to Al-Andalus. We need Jewish poets again, right? Like so much of early Zionism and Jewish cultural civilizational arguments are made because of that vision of this
a second.
Jews, Christians, and Muslims living together and exchanging ideas and whatever.
A second about it. When we congregated in Israel, we had to reconcile 3 accents of Hebrew: the Ashkenazi, the Sephardi, and the Yemenite. And the Ashkenazi, as racist as they are, accepted unconditionally the Sephardi pronunciation. And everybody recognized that the Yemenite tradition is the most authentic. This is one of the miracles of the creation of Israel.
But they didn't use the Yemenite, even though it was the most authentic. They chose to go. I mean, in part, this is because Ben Yehuda was influenced by the Algerians and Tunisians more than others. But like, oh, you can't hear me?
No,
I can hear you.
Okay, I mean, Yoav was pointing to his thing.
Are you talking about how the Hebrew language was reconstructed in the?
Yeah, he's talking about the modern modern Hebrew pronunciation was chosen for the modern state, or before the modern state, even in the 1890s, 1900.
When I was younger, there was a guy in our synagogue that moved from America, so he had a very, very heavy American accent, like in Hebrew. But his tradition, even though he was European, like Ashkenazi, his tradition though was to read with the Yemenite cantillation and cadence, and it was horrible to hear in synagogue. It was just like, I feel like really at some point God was like, all right, dude, I get it, like, thanks, but it was intense. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Go on, Yosef. So that was the dream.
I wanted to take your question, Chazi, and ask it to Sam. And I don't know if I think he was here for your whole question, but Chazi was basically asking me, when I'm here and I'm interacting, am I thinking that I'm laying the groundwork for some bigger tent beyond just like some basic, like, how do I have you as a neighbor and not like whatever, but like actually a bigger tent of like deeper relationships across, you know, Jews and non-Jews and whatever, and denominations, whatever. And I said, like, I think some, yes, generally, but some of my stuff, especially the historical stuff, like bringing up the Marcionite stuff, is dangerous to that, because like it really does threaten core identity for like Christians, and understandably so. Like, I get that. I get why they have you done. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Like, you are here, and maybe in a similar boat, where like you are trying to create you're not trying to get more Unitarians, as you've in your like channel your review, right? I know that. Okay, maybe mostly not. You're mostly not trying to get more Unitarians. You're mostly trying to get other Christians to accept Unitarians as like part of the Christian vision, brotherhood, whatever, body. And yet, I have a feeling that when you bring up a lot of the historical stuff and you do push buttons. So like, how do you view your work? Like, because the historical stuff kind of undermine it.
Yeah, I mean, so my points are just as destructive to certain kinds of Christianity as a Marcionite gospel argument, right? Like, you know, let's say my historical points are correct, and that all Christians prior to 350 AD were Unitarians or modalists of some variety, and there was no such a thing as a Trinitarian, and that it developed later, and that the earlier you go, the more everyone looks like me, the later you go, the less everyone looks like me. Therefore, I'm original Christianity, you're not. If Jesus didn't think he was God, then it's very strange to think that he is God. That's just an irreconcilable contradiction, no matter what model of historical development you cling to, right? Okay, that is at least as destructive of a point as the Marcionite Gospels, right? Like, because that would mean Catholicism is bunk, Orthodoxy is bunk, and the vast majority of Protestantism is either bunk or needs to seriously rethink itself, right? And various Protestant denominations could rethink themselves. Various other ones are just as tied up in the knot of Trinitarian credibility as Catholicism and Orthodoxy, right? So I just threw like nearly 2 billion people under that bus. And so, you know, that's a pretty, you know, heavy thing to claim. And I get that. And I think that's, you know, I suppose my vision is I know that some Catholic scholars especially can do the weird sort of thing where they have their history brain and their faith brain, and they don't really mix, right? They can do historical scholarship and say things very similar to what I say, and then they like turn it off when they're in church and they've got like faith brain on. I consider that to be slightly too unintegrated of an approach to these sorts of questions, but I don't mind such an approach because they can normally be somewhat kind to me. But basically what I'm asking of Protestantism is, at the very least, we need to consider what I'm saying an open question, because my goal is not just to be treated nicely. My goal is actual communion among Unitarian and Trinitarian Protestants, and probably mostly you could even say evangelicals, of however you want to define that, biblically oriented evangelicals. And so I know that what I'm saying is very, offensive well, I mean, I don't mean it to offend, but it's very destabilizing. That's something that, like, I don't mean it to be mean. I mean it to be encouraging and pointing people towards the truth, which depends on how you react to it.
Okay, I have to ask Bo Branson's question. At what point does your argument and the fact that you're having this argument just prove Christianity is wrong?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, I still think that there's just a viable form of Christianity that isn't proved wrong, even if many types are.
But for 2,000 years, like, what did Jesus really do if Christianity's been 2,000 years of not monotheism?
Yeah, but I could point to parts of the Old Testament where it seems very similar, right? Where there are stretches of tiny remnants. The mainstream is corrupted.
We believe the Messiah hasn't come, Sam. That's the point.
So your point is not just that even God's chosen people in religion can be very winnowed down and the mainstream of the institution could be corrupted. You're saying that I'm claiming that Jesus is somehow in charge, or at least at the right hand of the person in charge. And what's he up to if he is, giving over to that? But I mean, how's that any different than you saying that God's in charge and that God allowed the same thing to happen during the Old Testament?
Because that's the whole point of my religion, is the Messiah has not come. And the whole point of Christianity is now Jesus changed that. We are in a new dispensation.
But so, and this could be offensive. There's that middle ground, right? Where, like, I'm going back to saying we have language that could come and say Jesus is a thing with the divine connection, which has brought billions of people closer to God, right? Which is now, even if Sam is saying I want to go back to that root, I'm saying we have language to authenticate some sort of version of that. Now, that requires some Jews, of course, to be more open to this idea of, let's say, is there some sort of and this goes to the the Yaakov Emden idea, but is there some sort of response to the rest of the world that they get to experience Judaism that way? 1 second, just wait for a second, Jacob. Breathe. Okay. And like what you're saying, it requires something of Sam to be like, you could still hold on to Jesus, but like your question, Jacob, you're saying like, right, but he's not the Messiah. I would argue there's a messianic element to him, but that doesn't come to fruition. Nevertheless, that has allowed the idea of God to be promulgated, and that's why I understand why that is a figure that billions of people follow.
You're on mute, Hezi. Jacob, I will take the opportunity to steal the microphone for just a second of saying that, I mean, Jacob, like one thing I've learned, but I learned this from interacting with you many years ago, that I can basically just say that Jesus hasn't returned and agree with you, that Jesus isn't the Messiah yet in Messianic kingdom times, sitting on the throne of David in Israel, that it's still in the enemies being put under your feet phase, as Hebrews and other parts of the New Testament say, referencing Psalm 110. And that, I agree that not everything is in submission to Jesus yet.
Well, that's the post-mill,
pre-mill,
whatever, right?
Yeah.
Now, and yes, but Hezi, you're not saying anything other than what Rambam says in chapter 11 of Hilchot Melachim, except you're trying to make it sound a lot nicer than what Rambam says, which is, and they'll all realize they were wrong.
I'm sure no matter what happens, that if to the extent that I will be alive after I'm dead, I will realize I was wrong about a lot of things. And I hope I accept that with as much humility as I have.
Amen.
But you're saying how wrong. I'm saying that wrong idea, look how far it has taken humanity.
How is this any different from what Rambam says, except it's nicer?
Well, I mean, Hezi, I still understand even what Hezi says. He's still saying I'm wrong in a sense. He's saying, I see where you're coming from, and there was a lot of good in what brought you the distance that it did, but you're still, I can even tell, even in what Hezi's saying, that there's within that statement the implication that Jesus isn't exactly who I think he is.
But what I'm saying is, as Jews, right, like, if we could get to a place where, you know, if there's a space in the TLC where, like, not that your ideas become mainstream, but that idea is an idea that is no longer heretical, then that has only brought Jews and Christians so much closer together at that point. And
that is another one of my goals. I didn't maybe mention that in this video, but Unitarians always understand themselves this way. It's like, wait a minute, if we're right, this could help heal a lot of divisions and divides and animosity between Jews and Muslims and Christians, right? Servetus said all the same things.
I
is that not a win?
I was pulling up.
That is a win. Yeah,
right,
I would consider that a huge win. Yes.
Right. But I go back to, like,
Chezi, hold on. You seem to think that what Maimonides says is somehow heretical within Judaism.
I think no, but this goes back to the conversation you brought up about that all creations need to be treated a certain way. What Maimonides said 1,000 years ago was also censored for many, 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 many years because it was too intense for people to handle, like Yosef is saying, because of memory, because of what that actually does. I'm going back to Yosef.
Yeah, but it's not a change in Judaism to say that Maimonides was right.
Sure, but Christians didn't get to hear that articulated. Like Sam says, I'm in the like, Sam, if you think you're scary to talk to, right, quote unquote, in the TLC, do you think Yosef, Chezi, and Jacob ruffle feathers? And I don't mean by causing drama or calling people out, Jacob. I meant by our stances. Do you feel we ruffle feathers?
Maybe a little bit, but there's also sort of like you're like in the Mormon category, right? You're different enough where it's easy to compartmentalize it away in a certain sense that it's not as threatening to a Christian identity, because most Christians, even if they've never really interacted with Jews, still have category for Jew that's not a Christian.
So I want to know if Yosef and Yoav see that, and you too, Sam, see where I am trying to challenge Chezi, because, like, I think the thing is, Chezi and I both agree. We both think Maimonides was right, but Chezi wants to frame that as, oh, look, what I am saying is more conciliatory. And it's like, no, what you're saying is the exact same as what Maimonides.
What's the Maimonides thing? Is it basically just the Gamaliel point that, you know, like, what's the Maimonides?
Maimonides thing says that we don't, you know, the thoughts of God and the actions of God are not ours, so we can't fully comprehend them. Nevertheless, it's clear that Jesus and the Ishmaelite that comes after him are path makers for the Messiah. And he culminates with quoting the verse from Zephaniah, becoming one accord. And I'm going back to saying again, yes, Jacob, we are fortunate enough.
Here, I'll actually read Maimonides, okay? Even Jesus the Christian, who it seemed that he would be the Messiah and was killed in court, Daniel had already prophesied about him, as it is said, and the violent men of your people will be lifted up to fulfill the vision, and they will be failed. And is there a greater failure than this? All of the prophets spoke of the Messiah, the Redeemer of Israel and their Savior, and the gatherer of the captives, and the strengthener of their mitzvot. But this one caused Jews to be lost by the sword, and for the remnants to be scattered and humbled, and to change the Torah, and for the majority of the world to go wrong by worshiping a God other than God. But the plans of the creator of the world...
That's slightly offensive, I'll just say.
Yeah, exactly.
Level of offense is higher than zero.
Yeah, he's saying it straight out. He's saying it straight out. Whereas Chezi's like, no. I am just going to sweeten it a little bit and not say the quiet part out loud. And it's like,
Jacob.
sorry, no.
Jacob, first of all, you didn't even get to the
The next part's what he actually said, right?
correct. The next part is what I actually quoted. And Jacob, I'm allowing myself to take Maimonides' verse and other opinions in Judaism, and I'm taking them both together because I'm allowed to do that. And I'm coming in 2026 and saying I'm on the shoulders of giants, and I'm now articulating it in.
I'm not sure you're saying anything different. I think you wish you were saying saying something different.
So one, I think we can correct Maimonides because he hadn't actually read the Gospels, which is an important point. He thinks that he buys the story that he's heard secondhand that Jesus is killed in Jewish court.
Well, that's also there are versions of the Talmud that say that.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they were mostly because they weren't actually confronting the Gospels and studying them and realizing that it made no sense.
Yeah.
So they bought the version of the story that was kind of the secondhand reductive version. They weren't actually reading the first-hand source. They had no interest, obviously, to do so. And I think we would all agree that we can correct Maimonides and say, like, actually, he was not killed in court. And like, okay, and if we have that flexibility, which we do, Maimonides himself supports that flexibility, right? He says, if someone has said something wrong in science, so we talk about history of science here, like, you correct them, including the sages. So we're going to correct him on that. Then we might also correct him on some of the other parts of that paragraph. At the same time, that is not going as far as Chezi. To me, Chezi's conciliatory report has nothing to do with this. To me, his conciliatory report is saying, I can accept Jesus as not just as a historical figure, which, like, I think most of us can say, okay, fine, whatever. I don't think that's a big objection for most Jews, that he was a person, or a person was based off a person, or whatever. Something's there. The big leap is saying that he was resurrected, right? That, now, of course, to us, that's not necessarily a big theological point, because, like, lots of people are resurrected. Like, we have people in the Talmud who are resurrected, right? Like, it doesn't make you God.
That was the controversial thing that Rabbi Burton said on my channel.
Yeah, I know. And that's what he got.
What did he say? What did Burton say?
He said that that we can grant, and other people have said, like, I actually don't think it's as controversial as people think. It's controversial to the Jewish laity. I don't think it's controversial to Jewish rabbis and cognoscenti, which is, yeah, I'll grant you, Jesus was resurrected. Okay.
Yeah, but Jacob, that's so, again, that's a huge statement. And like
it is, but it isn't. Like, within Judaism, it's not a big statement.
No, but Jacob, to the point of internal versus external language, within Judaism, within rabbinic circles, it would not, or learned circles, whatever you want to kind of define there, like, it would not be like, to entertain it within the realm of plausibility is not massively controversial. Like, we can say that it's plausible and not reject Christians on that point. But it's not. It is a very, very surprising thing to say to Jewish laity and to Christians that Jews can plausibly entertain this idea, because that is not part of their mental frame, mental model of Judaism. But that,
Yosef, sorry, I was just going to add to you. You should take into consideration that when you're saying Cheti is going as far, I'm basing that on whether it's Netanel El-Fayumi with regards to, let's say, the Muslim world and seeing Muhammad as a prophetic person, or Rabbi Cook, who talks about, or others who talks about Jesus as potentially someone that could perform miracles. Those are in our, like, because we are no longer being hunted, so to speak, right? And we are now free to express ourselves, right? As forgetting his name right now, but it doesn't matter. Either way, because we can express ourselves right now, then we are now allowed to go back to our treasure trove and come and say that seeing Jesus as a potentially even prophetic person, right? Or entity, I mean, individual, and seeing the fact that resurrection could happen, sorry, not entity, resurrection could happen, then again, that bridges a major gap. Now, you are right that could be, maybe you didn't say this, but like, to Jacob's point, that was a very scary concept to contemplate as a Jew in very confusing times, right? And I'm arguing. My question to Yosef is: Are we living in a time in the TLC? Do you feel having that kind of discussion? Because that's where the groundwork needs to be laid. So if Sam is coming and saying, "Hey, this guy's not God, And I would argue that many Christians, from what I see over here, when they talk about Trinity, this is going to be very insulting, but many times they don't know what they're saying with regards to like what that concept really means, right? And so based on Kabbalic interpretations and other interpretations that I just said right now, we have so much in our utility belt where we could construct something for them where we can have a shared language.
Yeah, I hear you. There are possibilities to construct shared language. I think it is a very fraught thing to do in a space generally, I mean, with people with very like different levels of learning and comfort with their identity and comfort with play, right? Because there's a very big difference we see. I mean, I think this is across religions. Certainly I've seen it within Christianity and Judaism. There's a very big difference between the types of identity challenges that a lot of converts can handle versus those who are born into it. And in kind of both directions, where like, and because this space has a lot of converts, I think it's a harder space to talk about being open-handed with identity issues, because a convert is trying to form an identity around the new core, and they can't necessarily be as open to every idea. At the same time, it's the same thing as like thinking about seeds. You know, like the seed needs a hard shell in order to actually like develop and get the roots, and then like once it's strong enough, it can like, you know, grow above the ground and like deal with the wind and the storms and everything. But like without that phase of klipa, right? Literally, we need the shell, we need the klipa in order to protect the thing. And not everyone is there. Not everyone's going to be there at any given time. You're always going to have dynamics and movement in and out of the space. Especially this type of space. It's an estuary, literally. Like that's literally the entire point of it, right? I mean, it's not the estuary in like capital E, but like it was designed to be a bridge or an estuary or this space of movement and allow a lot of people who are changing their opinions about lots of things. And there's a weird mix there because a lot of converts therefore are going to double down on like and try to protect their new identity and they will become defensive. At the same time, there are also just people who are not converts who have certain obviously sensitivities and allergies and all those things for various reasons. That's a separate conversation. And within a subset of those who have converted, like they are the like super like seekers, right? These are the people who are like kind of bouncing and always looking for new stuff, have been in multiple religions and groups and cults and like played with all these ideas. And like, yeah, they will be able to weather this stuff much better. And like, you know, that's fair. But they're in the minority usually, right? People who are like at that level of openness and like not tied as deeply to a given identity and can really like play like all the time. So this is like, yeah, I'd say like the TLC is probably in some ways, yeah, it has a lot of like eclectic people who are super learned about very specific topics. And like, yeah, they can handle sophistication. And that will allow them to some degree overcome tyranny of small differences because it basically means like.
And there's people listening who are not at that level, but still find this worth listening and maybe engaging in to whatever degree that they find that they can, either appearing on a live stream here or there, leaving comments, or just completely lurking. But I do feel like part of the reason why people are, you know, I bet there's a lot of people in the, you know, the molten state or that doesn't have a hard shell stage that are listening and trying to figure out which direction to go and are open to changing their mind and converting. I mean, we know lots of, like you said, we know lots of people in the TLC who have converted, or, you know, some people have even become, you know, Jacob Noahide people, you know, for some reason, but, you know, it happens. And, you know, even a few people by accident, I've accidentally converted to Unitarianism. It has in fact happened, but, and that's okay. But such a person might not be the face on a tile on a screen when there are, you know, people that have more knowledge than them interacting at a high level, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe this is El Andalus. Maybe this is what we always hoped that El Andalus was, is that we can have it now in a certain way.
But
we need more Muslims. Yeah.
Jacob, that's true. We need more Muslims. Jacob, you come and say
that's their fault, not our fault.
You're just saying.
Speaking of your friend Jake, did you see my post about him?
No, what?
Oh, yeah. We'll talk about it. Let Josie speak, and then we can talk about Jake.
You're saying, like, listen, this is what Maimonides said 1,000 years ago, close to 1,000 years ago. Like, you're not saying anything new. Nevertheless, Jews are being bombarded with, like, this verse in the Talmud says Jesus is burning in excrements. Like, so, like, clearly the message didn't get out. There were like, Jesus burning in excrements. Like, Jesus.
During this post, I blocked somebody on Twitter for saying how much for talking about how I hate Jesus and the Gentiles. Right? Like, yeah, I get used to it. That's called being a Jew before the coming of the Messiah. Yeah. People claim I hate Gentiles.
Right, but so it's clearly, it's very nice that Maimonides said that 1,000 years ago. The fact of the matter is, right?
This was my point to Sam. This is the difference between believing that no, the Messiah has not come, and yes, the Messiah has come. Like, this is like, yes, we are living in exile. That is my whole point to you. That is my point to Sam. And Yoav seems to agree with me because he is even more pessimistic than I am.
Redemption is coming, and TLC in this conversation right now is only like an example of like how we're getting closer to that. But I would ask Yosef something which he could say no to, but I would argue that Jews could assist. It sounds very patronizing as well. Our Christian brother, I understand that, and that's why I'm saying this with love, but this is the brave space, right? Like, okay, Yosef, do you think you could articulate a Jewish understanding of the Trinity that would be comfortable for Christians to, like, if like Lucas says, like, listen, I'm open, right? I'm open to ideas. When I'm saying what God is the Trinity, who knows what I mean? Do you think you have a Jewish perspective on that, being like, this is what, if you meant X, that would be fine?
I can't do it for the Trinity. I can do it for baptism. I can do it for doing teshuvah, repentance, because of the death of a righteous person. I can do it. You know, there's definitely parts of Christianity I can do it for. I don't think so. Like, probably for like Sam, yeah, or for Stephen or whoever. I think I think Trinity would be really hard, for various reasons. I think there are lines. I think at some point you're going to hit a line. I don't think you can like make everything reinterpret it and like make it work. Like, you know, if you say X, you know, if we said, yeah, thanks, Jason. No one can do it for the Trinity. I can even do it for, hey, I've done it. I can do it for Catholic confession, right? Like an absolution. Like we've had that discussion, right? Like I've been trying to figure out this map basically since I started here, and there are ways to do it, but like maybe, you know, and we can like work those out to some degree here in TLC, like the 5 of us, 6, you know, however many Jews there are here who like to come to, but this is a mapping that's not really for Christians. This is a way for Jews to like understand Christianity within a Jewish framework better.
But Sam would be interested in that in theory, because
I'm sure he'd be interested in that. I'm sure and I think that some of the Noahide, especially the ones who want to still be like Noahide Christians, would be interested in that. Like there's definitely an audience for it. At the same time, I mean, if I ever have time for things. At the same time, like I'm under no delusion that that like, you know, that my ideas will like generally impact the Orthodox Jewish world, much less the entire Jewish world, right? Like there are so many things that we could be doing for Reform Jews that we don't do. Forget like Christians, right? That was I mean, the best part of that David Bashevkin thing with the Reform Jewish rabbi was was actually like, what are the things that we could be doing better to support each other, and like just like teaching like Torah, like that was enough, right? Like that's what she wanted. She wanted the people who have all this Jewish education to go to Reform synagogues and like just teach. Like even if you're just like a rando like person who just like who got a day school education and is not a rabbi and whatever, like she just wants more people to teach each other things, and that's great. It's wonderful. That's a great idea. And if it was just about like, hey, maybe we should just be sitting here teaching Torah all day on Jacob's channel, maybe we don't need to be doing more than that. But like, yeah, the mappings and all the extra work.
I think Beshevkin was being way too conciliatory. Way too conciliatory.
Did you see both?
And I had Gentiles
conversations
sending me messages like, "Yeah, I don't understand what he's doing. He's being way too conciliatory."
Did you see both conversations, Jacob?
Yes, both of them.
So
the one where he went to the Reform synagogue, I thought was more defensible than the one where he was pretending that it wasn't obvious Reform Judaism turned its back on Judaism.
Interesting. I thought the first conversation was better. Okay, well, we'll talk about that. It's a separate.
They need to talk about the Pittsburgh platform until Reform comes out and says we are sorry for the Pittsburgh platform. There's no discussion to be had.
They rejected. I don't know. I don't see this.
But there was a discussion to be had because they literally had a discussion, and the effect of that could potentially be people coming closer together.
Or people getting further apart.
No,
not all discussion is good discussion.
That was a good one.
All right, how about the virgin birth? Jacob says a Jew can potentially believe in the resurrection. Yosef was talking about giving a Jewish framework to certain Christian ideas. How about virgin birth?
As long as you equally believe that the virgin in Isaiah 7 also gave was a virgin birth, maybe
spiritual reinterpretation.
But Yosef, I'm going back to the Trinity for a second, just because with the idea of Chassidut and the Tzaddik and Rav Nachman, which really gets to this place of, let's say, a manifestation of God on earth, being that like it gets so close, which is also scary sometimes, of how these ideas in Judaism, potentially we're flirting with other ideas, but again, to me that language, and this is mekarvan la Torah, brings them close to the Torah and doesn't teach them Torah. I think our job is, besides teaching Torah to ourselves and within our community, we are giving how we see the world through our prism. So even the idea, and I think we, like Maimonides, I think it's our job to go and frame these things in its proper language, assuming you think there is some, we call about the divine sparks. What is the divine spark inside the Trinity? What is this idea that carried people for so long, and how within Judaism and let's say the tree of life and the spheres, we have language that could encapsulate that?
It is not impossible to get someone who has a conception of the Trinity like Luke to map, but most Christians do not have a conception of the Trinity like Luke.
Sorry, Luke, but he's right.
And that, so it's a double shift in consciousness, right? Because sorry, Jacob, I'm telling everyone, all Christians should first think like Luke, and then they can think like.
Well, then maybe me from Luke to Sam, and then we can have these stepping stones of bridges.
I also don't necessarily think that has to be the way forward, where this is a very explicit way to create bridges and paths, where you try to map a concept from one religion to another religion and figure out the framings from both of them and shift the consciousness. This is a very propositional. It's propositional to perspectival, but it's a really very focused on concept mapping and explicitness. There's something that struck me when Sam earlier said the difference between being in communion with a Jew versus community is PVK in a video yesterday, today, when he was talking about the Jordan Hall interview, was saying the opposite almost. So he was using the terms in the opposite way, where people have communities, but they don't feel like they actually have communion within those communities. He was using communion as this deep sort of friendship, understanding, kind of personalist, knowing each other and supporting each other and loving each other. Not in the sense of the formal ritual communion, but where was that point going? Yeah, so there's this weird difference where, yeah, is our goal communion, community, or communion? I guess there's two types of communion in that. And within that, in the form of communion that PBK was using, we already have that, I would say, to some degree, at least a virtually not alone sense of it. But like we are having either at this level or even a much more personal levels, if you talk, you know, they're like certainly on 101 and also sometimes in the public spheres of TLC, right? There is that deep friendship communion happening. But it does not require being explicit about trying to make these mappings, right? That's the thing. Like, and this gets maybe to Sam's point about like having, like working in different modes. And like, I have like my faith mode in church is like different than like the engagement mode outside of church. I know the Orthodox rabbi professor, Sam Liebens, who's a philosophy professor, also has a similar model where like, there's a specific way to interact in a philosophy discussion, classroom, whatever, where like you have to, where outside that classroom, you might have very high thresholds for plausibility for like for you to change your identity, religion, whatever. In the classroom, like you just accept a willingness to play in that space. And like, can parts of TLC accept, you know, these spaces where there's a willingness to brave spaces, play spaces, whatever. And like that might require compartmentalizing. I mean, I know it's not like ideal, and like we can talk about whether it like works for communion, but to some degree it does. In some degree, like I don't have to like debate key points of Christian theology to be friends with Sam here, right? Like, and that's awesome. And I don't need to debate Zionism with Jacob or Zionism with Chezi. Either way, so like, and that is like the level of communion that TLC can offer that is different and maybe allows for more play in brave spaces. But at the same time, we have to remember that we're talking to a lot of people who are forming identity and converts and have shells and like all this other stuff. And we have a massive lurking audience, to your points, or commenting audience. I see like a million comments I'm not really reading on the StreamYard notification.
They're all anti-Semitic.
Yeah, okay, sure. And it's just like, are there explicit things we can do that improve things? Yes. My sense is there's probably more implicit things that we can do on the small c communion sense. And that is more the work, but I'll acknowledge that is personalist and not scalable. And the propositional explicit stuff is much more scalable. And if that is something of interest, and that's what people like want, and like just like you can write down ideas that affect people and influence them, and like it's not just built through personal relationships, then yeah, I mean, I guess that has a real value there.
Is that not Mekarvan LaTorah though?
It's all Mekarvan LaTorah. They're both Mekarvan LaTorah.
I'm talking to James Tabor tomorrow morning about the virgin birth. Speaking of stepping stones, right? You go from Luke to Sam to James to.
Oh man!
So
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. You never responded to my email, so maybe.
He wrote a book about something to do about Mary recently, and so I'm interviewing.
He wrote it a couple of years ago. It took a while to get published.
Yeah, so I'm interviewing about his work on Mary. So we'll be. I brought up the virgin birth for a reason.
Excellent.
Going after that.
Yeah, I think it's like a lot of stuff in Tanakh with New Testament and Jesus. Like if you just recognize that, like, hey, this doesn't make someone a god or a Messiah, but this is just like this has happened before. Resurrections happen. Like, yeah, if you can accept that maybe a virgin birth happened in Isaiah, right, or that Jesus is not unique in suffering for Israel or dying on their behalf, or not like a uniquely righteous person, or like all those types of things, and like then a lot of this conversation becomes a lot easier for Jews. It would not become easier for Christians.
Also, does it need to be a virgin birth or a miraculous conception birth?
Well, for Christianity, it needs to be a virgin birth, That's about as explicit in the text. But there, I mean, the Old Testament has lots of, you know, miraculous conceptions of people who shouldn't be able to conceive, but they were also male female conceptions that otherwise shouldn't have been able to happen or were highly unlikely or something like that. But the Christian claim about Jesus's conception has always been different than that, is that there's no male involved.
Yeah, look, there are weird midrashim. The most famous, probably not virgin births, but like there are weird midrashim about fetuses and things happening in the womb. The most famous, kind of maybe pertinent one to this is Dinah and Joseph being switched in the wombs of their mothers. Which is like a whole thing. And we don't necessarily need to explain what that means or why at this moment. But
keep going.
But that sort of thing is like not far into the midrashic like kind of imagination or world. So like, yeah, God can do any miracle he wants. We probably would say like he chooses not to, you know, cross the line and make himself human and incarnate, right? I think like there's like a line there, but like to make a virgin give birth, like that's not out of the realm of like God's obviously powers.
And we're all his sons.
When we're all his sons, right? It's the other thing. We're all his sons. Like the firstborn thing, right? We're all like just recognizing they're not unique claims to Jesus is generally the way to go on like almost any of like kind of the make this match to between Judaism and Christianity for Jews. And
we could be a vessel for the divine. And there's a lot of truth in the criticism. Again, like we could argue about like who are these money changers that he's talking to, and he's not the Pharisees, but you know, connecting to, you know, loosely connecting to the, you know, the ethics of our fathers, or like the first 2 or 3 chapters, and that's at the same time happening when Jesus is around. Like his teachings and his understanding, I'm saying, is very, like as Jacob always says, is very Jewish in that sense at its best. And that's why, like, again, like all these amazing promises, and that's why I mentioned to PBK earlier, like Christianity taking this idea of grace and really spreading it throughout to the whole world is, you know, is massive. And it's happening through the individual of Jesus and him showing an example again even at the Sermon on the Mount, so to speak, of like what it looks like to fully internalize that thing, right? That's an invitation for everyone to be doing. Everyone is his son in that sense.
But here's where there's a couple challenges, but generally, yes. And I've showed, like, you know, to Jacob, right? There's a section in the Talmud that goes through 10 criticisms of the rabbis of the Pharisees. It's not that different than the ones in the New Testament. We can like kind of break apart and decouple the idea that the rabbis are the Pharisees. Like there's lots of like work to be done there. There's the fact that like a rabbi, in fact, Gamliel, instituted reforms of the temple in the 50s, specifically around the cost of birds for single women, for new mothers and widows, right? Like that, those reforms happen under rabbinic guidance after Jesus, but like he's clearly talking to the same thing that they're concerned about. And once they actually get some power, at some point they do institute reforms there. They also, like the fact that we actually have an entire tractate on Shkalim speaks to the fact that they were trying to put laws in place around the money changing at the temple. They were trying to reform it more from the inside, I would say, and they were not. And there's a difference to that. But yeah, they obviously have a lot of similar concerns. At the same time, there's like Christianity kind of, you can play it in 2 modes in some sense, which is like the Pauline mode and like the Jesus teaching mode. And like if you're playing in the Jesus teaching content, you know, what Jesus actually taught and said in Sermon on the Mount mode, then yeah, it's really easy to make a lot of those bridges. If you're very focused on the Pauline good news of death, resurrection, and ascension, and not as focused on all the other stuff, and we can even add birth to that. but birth isn't really his focus as much. He's much more on the death resurrection. But there is obviously incarnational theology that focuses on the birth part, the virgin birth. Then it's not focused on the content as much, and you're just not going to make the same type of headway and discussion. And I mean, I think Paul chose that strategy for a reason. I don't know if we fully can explain why he chose that strategy, but I do think like his gospel is unique, and therefore it affects all the gospels, because I think Mark, all the synoptics at least are kind of playing downstream of him. Some of them might be correcting parts of him, but they're all playing downstream of him, is my understanding. And to some degree, they're trying maybe to make arguments to stress more the Jesus story of the content and not just the Pauline kind of focus at the end of the story. In fact, this is kind of Tabor. You want to know? Here's something. Tabor thinks, I took his Mark course, and he's like, he's the most Pauline of them. He's like basically someone in Paul's circle, coming right after Paul, or within that framework, maybe not chronologically, but within that framework, like he is super Pauline. And yet, and this is like, I sent him questions about this in that course, because like what's really weird about that is Paul's gospel is all about like the end, the death, resurrection, ascension, and that's not the part that Mark covers, especially like the original Mark, right? Mark ends at basically the resurrection, but it's not even fully talked about, right? It's like this kind of crazy mystery dramatic ending where they find the tomb empty. And like that's not exactly Paul then. It is, he might be super Pauline in like a lot of his theology, but he seems to be saying like, no, like the content matters beyond what the part that Paul's trying to tell you. And I think to some degree, Matthew and Luke are making claims about like which parts of the content matter and highlighting them in different ways to that point.
What's interesting about James Tabor's take on Mary is, and this is true of one thing I like about James Tabor is that he doesn't do the thing where he splits his scholar brain and what I believe brain, right? Like if he comes to a conclusion that undermines historical Christian teachings, then he follows that to its logical conclusion and seems to believe that himself, right? He doesn't do like what I was saying with a Catholic scholar might do earlier, where they have historian Catholic scholar and faith-believing Catholic person. He's more united in that, but I still find that I mean, I know Jacob kind of likes this, but I feel like James does this in ways that I find almost hard to defend, where he'll be like, these parts of the Gospels are reliable and these parts aren't. And one of the very curious ways that he does that in the Mary book is he says that the genealogy in the Gospel of Luke is actually Mary's genealogy, which has been a position before him. But he says that Luke got this by knowing some of Mary's family members, or basically Jesus's brothers, probably. And that because Mary was of both priestly and royal lineage, and that was a very dangerous thing to be in those times of Herod Sr. and Herod Jr., when when any real messianic claimant could threaten the Herodian regime, right? She was, keeping this sort of secret. And I think there was even orders to burn all genealogies and stuff like that at various points during the early first century, like when Jesus was like an infant or a teenager or stuff like that, to try and protect the Herodian regime. And that, she must have somehow kept this secret, and somehow it ended up in Luke's hands. And that then Luke is including this in the gospel. And then we can know all these things about who Mary actually was. And now let me write a book about it. Also, all this stuff about the virgin birth is completely bunk. It's like, James, that's the same chapter. So you're saying on the one hand, Luke knew Jesus's brothers, had access to Mary's genealogy, and knew Mary perhaps personally, if not secondhand through multiple connections. And yet he completely fabricates this virgin birth thing out of whole cloth in the same chapter, where he's citing all this detailed genealogical research he did by knowing her family personally.
You have to understand. How James Tabor takes the Protestant Reformation to its logical extreme.
I thought that's what I was doing. I feel like he's maybe hyper-logical extreme, but anyway, I'll hear you out.
He seriously believes that the Talpiot tomb is real. That
the tomb where Jesus's body or some is it
where at the very least James and other brothers of Jesus, right? And I think what he doesn't say is that he does seem to agree with Eisenman, and I am coming also to this belief that Jesus was incredibly popular, was actually far more popular than the Gospels said. And the movement of Jewish Christianity was big, and within Judaism lasted for a very long time. Pauline Christianity is something very different. Yes, Gentile Christianity, but Paul's Christianity is something very different. And we can definitely, if you plumb Judaism, you will get to Christianity, which the fact I believe that over the hundreds and thousands of years, all the Christians who stayed within Judaism slowly and eventually were like, yeah, well, that didn't work out. And that's a narrative I don't think either the Jewish community or the Christian community is very very comfortable with. But I have no problem believing Gamliel was a secret Christian in the idea that Gamliel may have been one of the people who's like, oh, Jesus, okay, if he's the Messiah, I don't care.
Yeah. I've read to you in the past that the Maharal student, and we've spoken about this idea of like, was he a potential Josephite Messiah, right? So that's also an idea that I've seen teased around, again, in the periphery, but like that's an idea that was teased around. But like Jacob says, ultimately, it fails the test. It fails the test also, and I'm differentiating here, but like it fails the test that we were being told we're going to be given, right? There's going to be false prophets. There's going to be people that are going to do miracles. I'm testing you. Like this is built already into the system, and you're being tested. Obviously, if it's like a man that's on rollerblades, it's not going to be impressive enough. We need a whole story. Now, again, I feel comfortable differentiating that between, I go back to the frequencies. Judaism is there to experience, Jews are there to experience FM frequency. That doesn't mean that a false prophet for the Jews can't be a proper prophet for universal purposes. And that's why that could still be a genuine prophet there's even a potential miracle that's needed behind that to create a story which has enough gravitas to it, which carries weight, right? Like Jesus just doing miracles and the fish and the bread, it's not enough. There needs to be a story that's going to stick. So whether it's embellished or whether there's elements of truth to it, a resurrection, an ascension, a virgin birth, there needs to be more to the story that, takes flight. So Jacob saying like, there's a Gamliel idea, there's stories going around this person. Yeah, let's see what's what. And again, I think you're right, Jacob, that is what Maimonides is saying 1,000 years ago, right?
That's honestly kind of similar to how I think about the Trinity, is that it was sort of like a false prophet with some weird positive benefits, but it's still wrong or something like that. I don't know. On the topic of being offensive, I think basically the Trinity is sort of like, I don't know, a mark of Cain on the institutional church for those who have eyes to see it for what it is, as a marking that the institutional church is false. And that, like, Jacob convinced me that the Trinity is, in fact, Jesus does mention the Trinity exactly one time. Jacob told me this story, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, you're right. Jesus did mention the Trinity. He said to Peter, before the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times.
3 times.
and that if you take Peter as the church, not a hard thing, like the Christianity's been doing that symbolically the whole time, and you take before the cock crowing as the return of Jesus, right? That before the cock crows, the church will, before Jesus returns, you will deny me 3 times. When did the church deny him 3 times? Right? And that there's something, but yet Peter then still gets to be redeemed. But there's this period of time right where it matters most, where Peter is betraying Jesus in his own way. Judas betrays him in one way, Peter betrays him in a different way. And that the Trinity is something like the betrayal of Jesus, but that in the end will be undone. But
okay, this has been going for 4.5 hours. I have to go. I don't know if Chezi and Yoav wants to continue it. They both have the capacity. Yosef, look at that PDF I sent you. I do want your opinion on it.
And that is weird stuff.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Well, not for this. We'll talk.
Okay. Okay.
No one else will be interested in it.
Okay. And Sam, so about Jake Brancatella, I almost made this, as opposed to Iran update, like Jake branded, because I just stumbled. So he recently was back in the United States debating a bunch of Christians.
My Unitarian friend debated James White at the same conference.
Okay.
So that'll be online. I heard that James White got destroyed. So I know that you've been wanting me to destroy James White with facts and logic. I had my friend do it instead. But anyway, it was at that same conference in Texas that Brancatella was invited as a debater.
And so I went and checked up on his thing, and there's something from 3 weeks ago. I sent it to you. And I posted it on my channel, where Daniel Hagatu, Daniel Pikachu,
yeah,
as people call him, kind of starts poking at Jake, and you can see, I thought you can very clearly see Jake being very uncomfortable over the fact that living in Morocco is certainly causing him to not be as critical as he used to be of Israel and things like that. Exactly like I said, and he laughed about on that stream. And so, I mean,
that's when Jake cut off communication with me. Like, I had been pretty friendly with Jake, and we'd been on each other's channel, who knows, like 5 or 6 times. And then that live stream where you and I were talking about, if you move to Morocco, the Moroccan government does not have a First Amendment and is, Abraham Accords, yada, yada, trying to be friendly with Israel. And they're not going to be excited about some extreme anti-Zionist YouTuber living in their country.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly has happened, but Jake, I mean, God bless him with only good things. He's dealing with multiple sclerosis. I don't know what's going on with his wife, everything, but there were a few. Hagigaju actually was like, I don't know, aren't you moving back to the United States? And Jake didn't answer it. He's like, I'm living in Morocco. It seems, maybe I should spike the football because that's what he deserves and that's what he needs.
Well, you could find that old clip of us discussing that if you want, but people forgive you for being wrong. They never forgive you for being right.
We'll see. But like, yeah, I would be interested in other people. I think you have to have a Middle Eastern understanding of what it means to live in a country that repressive, to hear behind the barbs between Daniel and Jake. But it was just like, I was watching that and I was like, Jake, I warned ya. I don't know who exactly, when you got the knock or who picked up the phone and gave you the phone call, but apparently you've gotten a phone call.
I have to bust also as well, and this has been fantastic, and it will continue. However, I want, if you don't mind, I want to just read a translation of Rabbi Cook.
Rabbi Cook.
Yeah, if that could be okay. Yacobi Mugatu. In general, in the essence of faith, there is no contradiction to other religions, as we have already said, that it is possible that there may also be bestowed an influx of knowledge, prophecy, or divine spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, on other forms of divine assistance upon various nations according to their condition and worth through their righteous and pious individuals. Beliefs that have formed a conception of the existence of the blessed God, Hashem, there is no necessity for them to be excluded from within our religion. They may always remain within it, with broad understanding and even with complete piety. There is a principle that arises from the doctrine of tolerance within the Torah of truth, which rules that even a non-Jew who engages in the Torah is like a high priest, and that even a non-Jew, whether servant or maidservant, everything depends on one's deeds. The divine spirit rests upon him. So is that not like open enough? That's like a super orthodox mainstream rabbi. Now, that is not the main, I would say most Orthodox Jews are not walking with that on the top of their mind in these conversations. But like, I don't know, to me, that's like, that is the bridge.
Yeah.
Jacob spent time crossing out his names on books back in the day.
I never crossed his name out on books. I may have thrown his books away, but I have never thrown his books away.
Yeah, I mean, Rav Kook's hard. He's controversial still, and he's much more. I mean, we can talk about it. He's much more popular in Israel than America. These conversations with Christians are not happening mostly in Israel. They can't, and like for all of his openness to interaction, he also says some very harsh things about Christianity.
That's true.
And he earned his title as being controversial. And it's ironic that we can have in the land, it's in the West, in the lands that are much more, especially in America, in places that are much more touch upon Soloveitchik, who is anti-interfaith dialogue, that we have much more interfaith dialogues than we do in Israel, which, or at least among Christians. Like Israel can be a place for interfaith dialogue, but much more easily with Muslims, I think. And that's whether that's relevant to the TLC is a whole question, or like how that interacts with TLC.
Okay, are we wrapping it up? last words, Sam.
This was very enjoyable. I love getting to know you guys better, whatever community we have, and your uncomfortable probing in a way that is ultimately for my benefit. So I appreciate it.
Thanks for being in communion with us, Sam.
Yeah, you can definitely have Kiddush at my house. That's
and always welcome to mine as well.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I hope, God willing, someday.
Please, God.
Yosef, last words.
I've talked enough.
We woke Yoav up from his little nap. He's coming here to say goodbye.
Last words.
Last words. We should all make space for each other.
Yoav, last words.
To quote Mark D. Parker, we are all wrong. Mark D. Parker chooses to go to what he chooses, the most ancient truth by this view, which is Catholicism. And so does St. Tidman. He thinks basically we are all wrong, and he is looking for the most ancient truth. in Christianity. And Jacob is going to the most ancient truth, which is the 5 books of Moses. And I'm looking for the most ancient truth in the development of fish 500 million years ago. Who is our enemy? Maybe those who are looking for the last truth.
And I will end with the fact that I do believe the Trinity is a salvation issue. Monotheism is a salvation issue. Good night.
I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up.